Welcome to Orange. We have Aster taking on Omnic in this match, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster enters this one on an incredible 13-win streak, and honestly, he just seems to have Omnic's number. This isn't the first time they've faced off today, and the momentum is completely on his side. Atar is just dominating, moving to a 2-0 lead. He's comfortably sitting in that top 15 spot on the ladder. Another effortless round for him, just completely shutting down any chance for a recovery. Omnic answers back with a rapid reaction, refusing to let the lead get out of hand. Aster bounces right back to claim a 4-1 lead. He's just showing why he's the higher seeded player here. Aster keeps the pressure on with a 5-1 lead. Omnic is really struggling to find an answer today. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle, considering his 31% all-time win rate. It's clearly a steep climb for him, given that history. He's managed to secure a few rounds here, but he'll need a lot more consistency to bridge that gap. Aster is simply untouchable, now leading 7-2. The difference in experience is showing in these exchanges. Omnic is refusing to go away, quietly putting up a real fight to stay in this series. He's really trying to make this an interesting series. Aster is just cruising now, leading 8-3. His track record against the lower ranked opponent is just staggering. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly how we expected the match to open. He's leaning on that high map win rate to maintain a comfortable cushion as we head into the second half. Fresh start for the underdogs. Omnic claws back a bit, bringing it to 8-5. A very clean exchange to keep the momentum moving. Looking at the rankings, he's still battling out of the bottom third. He's showing some real grit now, claiming another round to keep this rally going. A really sharp sequence of plays to tighten this gap. Aster holds that comeback, moving ahead to 9-6. That's exactly the kind of result we saw in their previous meeting on this map. Aster extends his grip on this, pushing to 10-6. The higher seed is taking full control of the pace now. A completely clean sequence there as he keeps the momentum surging in his favor. His overall head-to-head lead is just massive in this pairing. Just a blur of motion. Aster shuts the door on any comeback attempt and is now one round away from victory. Omnic finds a spark, putting a stop to that run with a perfect response. It's a tough mental spot for him to be in right now. He's putting up a huge fight, extending his current run with another fast reflex play. Omnic is on fire. He secures another round and is now firmly in control of the momentum. A stunning shift in the atmosphere as the lead starts to shrink. Boom! Aster closes it out with a huge final shot to secure the victory. He just looked too sharp today, comfortably extending his dominant head-to-head record over the competition. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Zeth taking on the slightly favored Omnic in today's match. Omnic owns a strong historical advantage with a 56% win rate against Zeth. That head-to-head dominance usually translates to a mental edge in these tight series. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can break that pattern today. Zeth is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The momentum has shifted back to Omnic, evening things up after a quick trade of rounds. The lower ranked player has a real chance today. Omnic has finally reclaimed the lead, 3-2. He's really shaken off that loss to Aster from earlier. Total deadlock now, we're all square at 3 apiece. Both of these guys are fighting for a tough stretch of games today. Omnic just pulls off a clean read and catches Zeth off the box for a fast round win. That's his second match of the day and he's looking sharp. Another tie, Zeth manages to pull them back to 4-4. Zeth is showing a lot of grit today. Zeth manages to snatch a narrow lead, 5-4. Neither of these guys have had a great run of form today. Zeth just deleted him right off that box, keeping the fire going with another victory. Omnic answers back quickly, closing the gap before they head into the break. We are all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the second half. I mean, this is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected. Both players are playing at the same level right now. New sides, let's see who blinks first. Omnic takes the edge now, moving ahead 7-6. The lower rated player is definitely fighting for his life here. Zeth is currently staring down a rough stretch with an 11-23 record over the last day. And that lack of confidence seems to be bleeding into this series. He really needs to find a way to hold this momentum before he completely loses control. That was an absolute war of attrition, but Zeth outlasts him to pull within 2. He's really starting to put some pressure on his opponent now. He manages to trade a few shots and come out on top, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. Omnic holds a 2-round cushion now. Omnic really seems to have his number today. These rounds are over in a flash. He is simply outreacting Zeth right now. It's tough for the lower ranked man to shake this off. He's completely shifted the tide and now stands on the verge of victory. The pressure is really starting to mount for the underdog. And that is it. Omnic closes the door with a finale brilliant display of speed. He definitely proved too much for Zeth to handle in the end. Another one for the record books today. Welcome everyone, we're at the arena for a match between Aster and Zeth, though Aster enters as the clear favorite here. Aster has dominated this particular matchup with a 79% win rate. Historically, it makes total sense given that he also took a crushing victory over Zeth just 16 hours ago. The big question is if Zeth can actually find a way to close that gap today. Absolutely effortless work here, leaving Zeth completely stranded. Zeth answers back immediately with a perfect shot to keep himself in the game. He's showing some real grit, putting up another fast round to close the gap. The underdog is suddenly looking very comfortable here. He's completely erased the deficit, bringing the series level in a blink. Aster steps back in front, reclaiming a narrow lead. He's certainly making his high ladder ranking felt right now. Zeth is proving incredibly tough to shake, bringing this set perfectly level. This is starting to look like a complete toss. Zeth keeps the pressure high, surging ahead to take the lead. The underdog is putting on a real clinic tonight. That was a grueling exchange, but he secures the win to build a commanding lead. The rankings aren't telling the whole story right now. Aster manages to claw one back, keeping the score close heading into the final round of the half. Just in time to set up for the halftime. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, this is a lot tighter than anyone anticipated. Zeth is actually holding his own against the top seed right now. Time to reset and go again. Aster takes a one-round edge to open the second half. The lower rank is really starting to feel the pressure. Aster has been absolutely scorching lately with the perfect 10-win streak coming into the series. So yeah, he's effectively capitalizing on that peak form to put Zeth on his heels. Now it's just a matter of seeing if he can keep this momentum rolling into the double digits. That's a total shutdown, as he extends the streak to 4 and takes a firm grip on the map. Zeth manages to hold that momentum, slowing down the pace for now. He's really fighting the uphill battle against a top 12 opponent. Zeth is refusing to back down, securing another effortless point to keep this fight alive. Aster is really stepping on the gas now, putting himself in a strong position to wrap this up. A rough day for the underdog so far. Zeth is staying composed, digging deep to claw his way back into this contest. He's really putting the ranking gap to the test tonight. He just won't stay down, pulling off another quick strike to tighten this series up. The composure from the challenger is seriously impressive. Unbelievable, he has completely erased the lead and tied things up with another rapid strike. What a turnaround. Zeth is now just a single round away from victory after putting his opponent completely on the defensive. He shuts the door on that run to force a deadlock, sending this entire thing into overtime. Absolutely massive effort to force the extra frames. Aster has finally reclaimed the steering wheel here, taking a narrow lead as we head toward the finish. The rating gap is starting to look like a mountain for Zeth. He is just relentless right now, racking up another win to put himself in a commanding position. He is truly showcasing that top-tier skill set. He's completely outclassing the competition right now, adding a 4th straight victory to his tally. What a finish. He closes it out with total precision to secure the victory. Zeth almost forced a miracle here, but that ending was just too clean. He put up a hell of a fight. What a set. Welcome to Redline. Aster and Omnic are ready to go, and Aster looks very strong heading into this match. Aster has a massive historical edge, having won about 77% of their meetings. It's clear he's dominating the long-term rivalry here. Omnic is trying to prove that those past results don't define this specific server. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to clutch it out by the narrowest of margins. Aster takes the fight to the ramp and cleans up for another win. The difference in class is starting to show. Omnic finds his target, picking Aster right off the ramp. A good response after falling 13-10 in their previous encounter here. We're all square now. Aster and Omnic are deadlocked. An impressive showing from the lower ranked player so far. He's completely taken over the map, securing 3 straight for a 4-3 lead. Absolutely ruthless. He just keeps winning these, taking a commanding lead in this series. Hard to believe the gap in rank right now. He's just outclassing his opponent right now, extending this run to 5 straight. An unbelievable shift in momentum considering Aster's recent form. Shows some real grit here, clawing back another round to keep the deficit manageable. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He's completely halted momentum, moving within 1 round of a tie. He's finally starting to look like that pre-match favorite. We've got a tie at 6-6 going into the break. Well, Aster is keeping pace with the expectations, but Omnic refuses to go away. He's definitely fighting the good fight after that big 5-round run. Both of them were fighting for that same piece of real estate, but Omnic came out on top. A real battle of wills for that top quartile slot. Aster has been a powerhouse today with 28 wins in the last 24 hours. It's honestly shocking to see him sliding in a series where he typically holds such an overwhelming advantage. If Omnic can keep this momentum, we might be seeing one of the biggest upsets of the day. He finds another opening from the ramp, showing he's not giving up on this series. He's certainly proving he can hold his own in this series. He survives a heavy initial burst to secure another win, showing real tenacity in this comeback. What a fight. He barely scrapes by and earns the win from the ramp. His recent struggle against Zath must be weighing on him. He manages to outlast his opponent in a fierce exchange right there on the ramp. The underdog is still clinging to a slim lead here. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing this whole series back to a dead heat. Pure efficiency from him right now. Omnic just secures a really clean victory while holding that ramp position. The lower rank player is showing some serious nerve here. A crushing blow for Aster as Omnic puts himself just one round away from victory. Total role reversal from the start of this series. Unbelievable. Omnic closes it out with a perfect finish to seal the series. He's just completely shaken the odds today. That high pressure grid is exactly what he needed to break a long losing streak against this guy. What a fight! Welcome back to the Berserk League. We have Zeth and Omnic facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Zeth is looking sharp early, utilizing the ramp to get the first point of the match. He really needs this result after that tough loss to Aster earlier. Omnic answers back immediately, shutting that down and making it a dead heat. The head-to-head history definitely leans in his favor. Zeth keeps his composure and puts the pressure on by securing another win from the ramp. Omnic had no trouble clearing that ramp, keeping this a total toss-up. The lower-rated player is definitely punching up today. Omnic takes a slim 3-2 lead right now. He's certainly used to winning these types of exchanges. Zeth strikes back and we're tied up at 3-all. Zeth really needs to capitalize on his slight advantage with the map history. Zeth is on a roll now, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to build some serious momentum. Omnic had the better read here, quickly shutting Zeth down and taking back the lead. Consistency is key for the higher ranked man right now. Omnic is really turning the tide here, easily shutting Zeth down while he was pushed up on the ramp. And just like that, Zeth forces a total deadlock. The pressure is clearly mounting for the lower ranked man tonight. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in a tight scramble. It's a tight battle for the lower half of the ladder. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what you want to see from a neutral pairing. Zeth is fighting back hard despite that rough 5-game skid he's been on. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth catches him right as he was moving up the ramp and secures the advantage. A bold showing considering the historical gap in their record. Neither side will budge. We're locked at 7 apiece. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, picking Zeth off that ramp to extend the lead. The higher rated side is definitely regaining control here. A totally clean exchange that puts him in complete control of the pace. His upper hand in their overall history is starting to show. Zeth manages to claw 1 back here, keeping himself well within striking distance. He's really fighting for his life after those heavy losses earlier. Zeth manages to find his mark from the toolbox, and he's now showing some real strength in this middle stretch. Omnic keeps his narrow lead at 10-9. The higher rated side is refusing to let the lead slip. Omnic is really starting to stack up the wins here, putting himself in a prime position to close this out. The higher seed is looking way more comfortable at this point. Unreal, he survives with practically nothing left to pull ahead by 3. Absolute heartstopper seeing him cling on with a sliver of health. Zeth refuses to go down without a fight, showing huge heart to keep his hopes alive. What a finish! Omnic secures the final point with a perfect burst to wrap everything up. Zeth gave it everything he had, but he just couldn't close the gap when it mattered most. He really pushed him to the limit. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Aster and Zeth facing off with the heavy favorite looking to keep a strong streak alive. Aster holds a massive 80% win rate in their head-to-head history, and honestly, he's usually the one controlling these meetings. Zeth is trying to defy the odds here by pulling off an early surprise. Let's see if he can sustain the pressure. Zeth is completely taking over the pace, extending his lead to 3-0 with another effortless kill. A composed response from Aster, showing some grit to get back on the board. The experience usually shows in these longer matches. Absolute precision from Aster, who refuses to let Zeth pull further ahead. Unbelievable. He's completely wiped away that early deficit to level things up. He's playing exactly like the heavy favorite right now. Zeth puts a quick end to the rally, reclaiming a narrow lead. Coming off a rough set of games lately, so this feels huge. Totally untouchable shot there, and he's now clawed all the way back to a deadlock. Zeth edges ahead by 1, keeping the pressure on. A huge performance considering the ranking difference between these two. Zeth has a career win rate of only 33%. It's really surprising to see him holding the line like this against a player of Aster's caliber. He's essentially playing a perfect game to keep this lead. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is a genuine shock, considering he's usually struggled so much against Aster. We're seeing a completely different side of the underdog today. Fresh start for both players. Absolute nails for that finish. A chaotic duel that sees Aster digging deep to level the map. He's showing why he entered this match as the projected winner. And he's completely flipped the script, surging into the lead with 3 straight rounds. He's really asserting his dominance over the lower seeded player. He's just in another league right now, taking full control with a 4th straight win. It's just a brutal wake-up call for the underdog. He's simply not slowing down, securing his 5th straight win to put a firm grip on this series. Simply incredible. He's found a way to put himself on the verge of victory with a 6-round run. Aster is absolutely on fire, extending his streak to 7 and putting himself just 1 step away from the victory. Wait, Zeth actually answers back. He manages to stop that onslaught just in time. A quick kill there to finally break the momentum. He secures the final blow and closes out the game with a gutsy performance. He really just shrugged off that early scare and locked it down. The top seed stays in complete control here. Welcome to Dunes. We have Aster and Omnic facing off today, with Aster heading into this duel as the favorite. Aster typically wins about 76% of their meetings. The problem is that Omnic has already taken a match from him today. We have to see if the higher rated player can actually stop this momentum. Absolutely terrifying. He just keeps winning these exchanges without even taking a scratch. He claws one back and starts to chip away at that deficit. He's certainly not playing like the underdog we expected. Another clean frame for the challenger, and he's narrowing that gap quite quickly. He's certainly proving he belongs at the top of the ladder. He's completely erased that early deficit, leveling the match at 3 apiece. This is exactly how the top-seeded player is supposed to respond. He is on fire right now, putting together a huge 4-round burst to take a commanding lead. He's simply not missing, taking his 5th straight to put a huge dent in this match. Omnik manages to answer back and keep things close. He's certainly finding a way to disrupt the favorites' flow today. He's continuing to press the advantage, securing a clear win to move ahead by 2. It's a strong look from the favorite as he searches for that cushion. Aster survives a close straight to take the lead just before we head into the break. He's really starting to separate himself as we hit the midpoint. Aster takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. He's playing exactly as his higher rank suggests. Omnik showed some grit with a few quick rounds, but the favorite is firmly in the driver's seat here. Let's see if Omnik can rally. Aster has been in incredible form with a 27-9 record today. Well, the pressure is starting to mount because Omnik is refusing to let him run away with this set. He's really fighting back against the odds right now. The resilience is showing. Omnik has a 3-round streak going and the gap is nearly closed. What a statement. He's completely erased that lead, locking in a 4th straight to tie this series up. The tide has completely turned in this. Unreal. He barely hangs on after that brawl to stop the momentum and reclaim the lead. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. A scrappy exchange that ends with a score completely leveled at 9-9. Total deadlock now for 2 of the most consistent players tonight. Aster secures a clean victory to reclaim the lead, showing great composure in the face of that recent surge. Omnik just put on a clinic there, out-dueling his opponent to pull this series completely level. What a display of raw skill. He just walked through that encounter without taking a single point of damage. What a chaotic fight. Aster just barely scrapes through that encounter to bring the score level. Neither side is blinking as they finish. He's finally back in control, edging closer to a huge victory after a tough struggle. Goodness, he barely survives that exchange. What an incredible showing of grit to force this series into overtime. He keeps the momentum, swinging his way, shutting down the attempt at a comeback. Absolute ice in his veins to close out the regulation period. What a fight. Aster somehow finds the strength to survive a total war on the map, barely hanging on with a sliver of health to tie it up. Completely effortless trade, put the pressure right back on Omnik. He's really starting to look like that top-seeded player again. Hard-fought battle that goes the distance, but Omnik manages to dig deep and force a deadlock. The underdog is refusing to break under the pressure. What a sight. He just outpaced his opponent with a perfect frame to put the pressure on. A rapid-fire victory for the Unbelievable. He closes the door on this series with absolute poise to secure the victory. He really defied the history books with that one. To pull off another win against a player who's dominated him for years is just wild. What a series. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today for a duel between Zef and the currently favored Omnic. Omnic has consistently held the upper hand in this rivalry, holding an 83-63 lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear that mental edge is continuing to pay off. Today we'll see if Zef can find any way to pivot the momentum. Absolute control from the favorite, putting the pressure right back on Zef. He's really struggling to find any momentum after that tough loss to Aster. Simply untouchable right now, extending a commanding grip on this opening set. What a fight! Zeth claws his way back into this one after taking an incredible amount of damage. Omnic just keeps rolling, pushing his lead to 5. Zeth has been struggling a lot lately with only 1 win in his last 10. Zeth is fighting an uphill battle with a win rate of only 22% here. It's clearly a struggle to put a footprint on a map that has historically been quite difficult for him. The question now is if he can force a reset before this slips away entirely. He manages to secure a quick exchange here and keeps the gap from widening. The higher rated player will need to shake off that rattle. Omnic is cruising toward a huge lead at 7-3. It's a huge turnaround compared to that tight result on Fast Aim. Omnic's just too strong, moving to a dominant 8-3. Omnic goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he is completely dismantling Zef right now. That 4-round burst really opened things up, and it looks like he's playing a completely different game than his opponent. Zef needs a complete spark now. Omnic is nearly out of sight at 10 apiece. Zeth is really feeling the weight of that tough loss to Aster. Speed of these encounters is just wild. Omnic is ending rounds almost instantly right now. The gap in their individual ladder positions is showing today. Omnic shuts him down on the wine, putting himself just 1 win away from a victory. The skill gap is just too wide for any real resistance. game over. Omnic shuts the door on this series with a huge final push. Rough outing for the underdog, who just can't seem to find his footing today. Welcome to the arena. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off, with the favorite looking to keep a strong streak going. Aster, Staven met. The tide has completely shifted now. We've gone from a deadlock back to a dead heat. Zeth keeps the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. And we're all squared up at 3 apiece. His recent form has been rough with a very difficult run of matches lately. Zeth is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let Aster get back into the driver's seat. Absolute deadlock as Aster pulls level at 4-all. A shaky start for the higher seeded player. Zeth snatches a slim lead, moving ahead 5-4. He's really shaking off the dust from those previous losses. Zeth is really capitalizing on the verticality here, taking control from the ramp. A huge shift in confidence for the rank 36 player. Incredible fight. Zeth claws through the damage and survives by the skin of his teeth to keep that momentum rolling. Absolute nerves of steel to pull that off with such a low health pool. Zeth takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. And honestly, this is not what anyone expected. Despite the rank gap, the underdog is fighting on equal footing for the first time in a long while. What a scrap! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Aster outlasts the exchange to secure another round. Zeth is still desperately clinging to a very thin margin. He is totally untouchable right now, closing the gap and evening things up at 7-all. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking a commanding grip on the momentum. It's just too sharp right now, extending his streak to 4 straight. This feels like the expected outcome finally taking over. He's just not letting up, securing another flawless round to put a huge dent in Zeth's confidence. He's in complete control, now simply erasing any chance for Zeth to stop the bleeding. The sheer gap in their ratings is finally showing through. Zeth manages to snap that run and keep himself in the game. Zeth is definitely fighting against the grain of his poor recent form. Zeth refuses to buckle, putting together a second straight point to close this gap. He's starting to find his footing just when it matters most. Zeth is simply on fire, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. Absolutely crushing the confidence of the favorite right now. What a display of poise. Aster has completely recovered from that deficit and is now just 1 round away from victory. He just won't go away, keeping his hopes alive with another quick reaction. The pressure is absolutely mounting for both of them now. Unbelievable. Aster claws his way back from the depths to secure the series. Zeth really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close the door when it counted. What a fight. Welcome everyone. Aster and Omnic are stepping onto red line for this matchup where the favorite looks to keep their lead. Aster just secures the open, claiming the first point from that ramp. He's looking sharp after that gritty 13-11 victory against Zed. Aster holds a commanding 198-62 advantage in their head-to-head history, but Omnic is actually on a 5-game winning streak right now. It seems the lower-rated player has figured out how to handle this particular opponent. We'll see if that confidence holds as we get deeper into the set. He's simply untouchable right now, taking another round without breaking a sweat. Aster puts an end to the run and gets his second point on the board. That 14 rank on the ladder usually means a lot more than this. What a scramble. He manages to scrape through that exchange to level the score. His 26-10 run over the last day shows he's in top form. Omnic is really putting on the pressure here, moving a step ahead after cleaning up the ramp. He's showing the same grit that earned him that 16-14 win recently. Aster is just a step faster today, securing that point from the ramp to keep things dead even. Omnic has the skill to pull off the upset as he proved earlier today. Omnic is refusing to let this game slip away, keeping his grip on the lead from the ramp. Aster has a lifetime win rate of 63%, which normally puts him in total control. It's becoming a real problem that he's unable to close the gap right now. He really needs to find a way to break this momentum before the match slips away. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, we're seeing a real struggle here for the higher ranked player. He's normally so consistent on this map, but Omnic is playing like he's the one in charge. Let's see if the momentum shifts. After close back one, trailing only by a single point. The underdog is showing just as much poise today. Omnic is pulling ahead by 2, looking very comfortable. The gap in the ratings isn't doing him any favors right now. That was an incredibly quick exchange, just a blink of an eye, and the round was over. We are completely deadlocked at 8 apiece now. The pressure is really building for the number 31 seed now. Unbelievable. He nearly loses this one, but manages to survive the chaos and secure a 3rd straight win. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent, securing another fast and effortless win. A very crisp reaction there to get the point back. Omnic is certainly playing like the man with nothing to lose today. Aster is really starting to pull away here, putting a couple of rounds between himself and his opponent. Neither of these two is giving an inch. They've traded the last 4 rounds in a total deadlock. Omnic has the momentum now, finally putting himself in a position to take control. He puts on a clinic here and moves into a commanding position to end this. Just a completely flawless finish from him. Absolutely huge. Aster closes it out right here to secure the victory. He really had to fight through the fire for that one, especially with those 2 narrow escapes. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Berserk League duels. We have Zeph and Omnic facing off today on Fast Aim. Zeph looked sharp starting things off, getting the better of Omnic in a scramble up on the ramp. Omnic just claimed that ramp, erasing Zeph's early lead in an instant. The higher rated player is proving to be a problem here. Zeph really held his ground from the ramp to keep the pressure on. The head-to-head history usually goes the other way. Omnic manages to hold that ramp perfectly, keeping this set deadlocked. Both players are fighting for a foothold in this set. Unbelievable. He survives on a tiny sliver of health after holding that ramp. He's showing a lot of confidence after that 13-3 shellacking in their last meeting. A complete stalemate as we hit a tie. Both of these guys have been battling through a tough stretch of games today. Omnic is really starting to control the pace here, using that high ground on the ramp to build another lead. Zed really needs to shake off that tough start to his day. Zed claims another one from the ramp, and suddenly this series is a complete toss-up. Zed edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. Zed is really fighting back after his tough run of losses lately. And we're back to a dead heat at 5 apiece. Hard to believe how active he's been with nearly 20 games already today. What a scramble. Zed walks away with that one by the skin of his teeth. Both competitors are really digging in deep as the match nears the half. We're all square at 6-6, and honestly this is exactly how we expected a close matchup to look. Zed is showing great resolve despite his recent cold streak, proving he can trade blows with Omnic. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic is just too quick right now, shutting Zed down even with him holding the high ground. It's a similar pattern to how things played out in their previous set. Omnic has been on fire lately, putting up a solid 19-17 record today. It's that kind of consistency that allows him to pull away from a player like Zeph, who struggled throughout the day. He's really starting to assert himself. He's just untouchable right now, putting together a frightening sequence of rounds. The gap in their overall head-to-head record is starting to show. He gets a nice clean win here to keep things moving. He's really fighting against a brutal tide after a 10-game slump. Omnic is really putting on a clinic with his timing, ending that round in a flash from the ramp. The higher seed is comfortably in the driver's seat. The momentum has shifted back and forth, and now Zeph is fighting to close the gap. Another effortless round for Omnic, putting him just one step away from victory. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Zeph manages to scramble through as the winner. That was a frantic way to keep himself in this game. And that's it. Omnic shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. Welcome everyone to the Fast Day map. We have Aster and Zeph ready for a great 1v1 showdown today. Aster has been an absolute nightmare for Zeph, leading their head-to-head history 99-25. It's a massive historical imbalance that typically puts Zeph on the defensive from the very first exchange. I wonder if he can find any way to break that pattern today. It's an effortless start for Aster, who keeps the pressure on with a third straight win. Zeph is really struggling to find any answers here. He's simply on another level right now, moving to 4-0 with total control. The lead just keeps growing as he secures a 5th straight round. Zeph's recent slide is making this an uphill battle. It's simply impossible to stop right now, picking up another lightning fast victory. Finally, a response from Zeph, who puts an end to that run. He's really fighting for it, despite having a rough run in his last 10. Aster has looked incredibly sharp with a 26-9 record today. Well, that kind of current momentum is making this look like a very one-sided affair for the higher rated player. The only real question is how many more rounds Zeth can actually scrape together. Aster is just cruising along with a dominant 8-2 lead. Zeth is certainly feeling the weight of that 37th seed ranking. Aster is definitely feeling the pressure now that the momentum has shifted slightly. Aster goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected based on their history together. Zeth is just completely outclassed by the top-seeded player right now. Zeth needs a real spark here. Aster is absolutely dismantling Zeth, pushing the score to 10-3. He's essentially playing a perfect set right now. Zeth claws back one more, trailing 10-4. He's determined to shake off that 10-game losing streak today. Aster is just relentlessly fast right now, putting the hammer down with that last exchange. Aster is just completely in control, and now he's officially one step away from the victory. The gap in their skill levels is just too evident today. And there he is. Aster shuts the door on this series with a perfect final blow. He simply didn't let up, proving once again why this particular matchup is such a struggle for Zeth. Welcome back, everyone. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on Dunes, where the favorite will be looking to keep his streak alive. Aster has been practically unstoppable in their direct history, holding a massive lead in their total head-to-head games. It's a huge psychological hurdle for Omnic, especially since he just lost their most recent encounter. We'll see if he can find a way to break that pattern. He's simply too quick today, taking a commanding early lead. The gap in their ladder standings is becoming very apparent. A swift response from Omnic to keep the deficit manageable. The underdog is finally showing some teeth. Aster's simply dominating with a strong 4-1 cushion. He's been in top form with 27 wins today. A complete read of the opponent there, as he proves he's not going down without a fight. A crucial moment of poise for the underdog. That's another one for Omnic, who is refusing to back down as the gap narrows. Aster is playing with a massive amount of confidence, coming into this match with a 27-9 record over the last day. That kind of momentum usually translates to much tighter control when the rounds get close. It will be a test of mental fortitude for Omnic to try and shift the tide here. Absolutely crisp shot there to tie this series up at 5-all. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Aster pulls ahead by 1 after that clutch play. A tough spot for the rank 31 player to claw back from. Aster leads 7-5. Honestly, this is playing out exactly as the ratings predicted. Omnic has stayed within reach, but the top seed still looks like he has the upper hand here. Time for a fresh start. Aster's back on top with an 8-5 lead. The gap in their career win rates is starting to feel real. A totally flawless exchange here as he continues to chip away at that lead. Omnic is definitely fighting the uphill battle right now. Aster holds a solid 3-round advantage at 9-6. His 80% success rate over his last 10 games is starting to show. Aster doubles down on his lead, sitting at 10-6. The lower seed really needs to find a way to stabilize. Omnic is refusing to let this slip away, keeping the pressure high and the scoreline tight. Aster is putting together a scary run here. Just a few more and this series is over. Aster shuts down that mini comeback instantly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Omnic just puts a stop to the momentum with a rapid burst. A precise shot to keep his hopes alive. He's staying frosty, securing another win to keep this series hopeful. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfectly timed burst to take the victory. He's just too consistent across these servers and he continues to be a complete nightmare for Omnic to deal with. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for this one, where Zef takes on the favored Omnic in a battle for dominance. Omnic has a huge historical lead in their head-to-head with 85 wins over Zef in the past. And looking at their recent form, the gap in confidence is pretty staggering. Zef is fighting an uphill battle with an 11-round losing streak. Omnic is just one step closer to a sweep. Zeth is putting up a fight despite being the lower rated player. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, taking control of the pace in these last 2 rounds. This isn't the same side we saw in their last encounter. He just cannot be stopped right now, taking the lead with a perfectly timed shot. An unexpected turn of events given the ratings. He's just on another level right now, securing his 4th straight victory without taking a single point of damage. Omnic responds instantly to hold that momentum. Slightly higher ranking, but he can't let these gaps widen. Total deadlock as Zeth and Omnic sit tied up. The higher rated competitor is looking much sharper now. Zeth barely edges ahead, clinging to a 5-4 lead. Looking at the long term, it's rare for the bottom 5 to hold this kind of pressure. It's a total toss-up right now. Both players are refusing to give an inch in this back and forth struggle. Omnic claws back the lead to move ahead 6-5. That's a tough way to start the day after an 8:26 run. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly this is playing out exactly as expected. Zef is showing a lot of heart, but Omnic is simply managing the pace more effectively. New sides, new energy. Omnic is leaning into his superior rating here to build some serious pressure. And you can see that translating into this latest string of fast, efficient finishes. He's really starting to pull away from the underdog. Omnic is really separating himself now, leading 9-6. He's showing some surprising resilience despite that 32% career win rate. Omnic is just too quick right now, ending the round in a blink of an eye. Omnic is cruising now with a commanding 10-7 lead. He's fighting for air after that rough series against Aster. He's really digging in now, picking up another easy round to close the gap. The momentum has shifted back, and Omnic is really starting to solidify his grip on this map. That was an effortless finish to put him on the verge of victory. Omnic really looks like the more polished player today. Zef manages to secure a vital round, keeping his hopes alive for just a bit longer. He needs to find a way to shut this down quickly. What a finish! Omnic secures the final round and claims the victory. He just keeps finding a way to close those games out against Zeth, continuing a long-term trend here. Welcome to Redline, everyone. We've got Aster taking on Zeph in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Aster enters this map with a dominant historical edge, winning 80% of their head-to-head bouts. It makes sense given the massive rating gap and the way Zeph has been struggling in his recent series. It will be a climb for him to put up a fight here. Whoa, Aster barely escapes that exchange on the ramp to take a commanding lead. Zeph really needs to find a way to break this cycle. He is simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to a clean sweep. Absolute total control from the ramp, and now he's 5 for 5. The gap in skill is showing as it did in their last match. He continues to operate from that ramp, effortlessly extending the run to 6. Zeth is really feeling the pressure after a rough 8-win day. Unbelievable. Zeth claws back his first round after a brutal battle on the ramp, surviving by the skin of his teeth. Zeth has been fighting an uphill battle with an 8-27 record over the last day. It's quite impressive to see him secure these back-to-back rounds given how tough this entire session has been for him. He's finally starting to chip away at that lead. Zeth just effortlessly brushed Aster off the ramp, pushing his current streak to 4. It is a complete reversal from how the pregame looked. He's just relentless from that ramp, keeping the momentum high as we head into the break. The tide has completely turned as we hit the midpoint. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are going mostly as expected, but it's a lot tighter than we thought it would be. Zeph is showing a lot of heart here. Let's see if that momentum holds. Absolutely insane. He survives by a single hit to keep his comeback charging forward. He's truly refusing to back down in this series. And just like that we're level, he completely shuts down Aster to knot the score at 7-7. He's simply on fire right now, taking the lead 8-7. It's a complete 180 from how this whole match started. He's simply refusing to stop, extending his current run to 4 straight. He's completely dismantled the script for today. Aster puts a stop to the slide, dragging Zeph off the ramp to keep things competitive. It's a battle of wills for the number 12 seed. We are deadlocked at 9-all, purely a toss-up. Zeth has really stepped up his game to make this a fair fight. He's taking back control of the map, racking up 3 straight wins to reclaim the lead. The favorite is starting to look like the better player again. Aster puts a stop to the ramp advantage, powering forward with 4 straight wins. Zeph answers right back with a lightning-fast reaction to narrow the gap. The gap between these two feels completely gone. Aster secures the advantage and puts himself in a position to end it right here. The higher seed is finally finding his footing again. Game over. He closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Zeth really pushed him to the limit, proving that the gaps in their ratings aren't as wide as they seem. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Aster taking on Omnic in a battle where the favorite looks very strong. Aster enters this one with a heavy statistical lead, winning 76% of their previous encounters. He's definitely coming in as the heavy favorite based on their history. We just have to see if Omnic can actually shake the pattern this time. Omnic is surprising us, holding a narrow 2-1 lead. Omnic is just popping off right now. Those reaction times are becoming frightening. Omnic keeps the pressure high, leading 3-2. The higher rated player is starting to push back. Aster claws back and we've got a dead heat. He's definitely played some high level stuff throughout his 27 wins today. Just lightning fast. He's totally in control of this series now. What a performance! He's simply not letting up on the momentum. He's just too fast today, extending the run to 5 straight. Absolute perfection from Aster, who has now secured 6 straight victories. Omnic shuts him down, finally stopping that run just before we hit the mid-match break. He's certainly proving he can trade blows with the best. Aster takes a comfortable 8-4 lead. Honestly, the favorite is looking every bit as strong as he did going into this map. He just needs to maintain this pace to close it out. Time to see if Omnic adapts. Aster has maintained a strong pace with 27 wins today. Well, that high level of consistency is precisely why he's managed to pull away into a dominant lead. Now we just see if he can keep this foot on the gas. Wow, what a scramble. Aster barely scrapes through that exchange to keep the streak alive. Omnic answers back with a clean headshot to keep the deficit at 6. A tough spot for the rank 31 player to climb out of. Omnic is really putting up a fight here. He's managed to take 3 of the last 5 rounds. He's absolutely on fire right now. Just a tiny flick to put him on the brink of victory. He manages to turn the tables in a frantic skirmish, delaying the inevitable for a bit longer. What a finish! He shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to wrap this whole thing up. He's just on another level today, continuing a hot streak that's seen him barely break a sweat in the server. Welcome to the league. We've got Zeph and Omnic facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Zeph is currently staring down a 13-match losing streak. And while he's definitely the underdog on our rating, the matchup history is remarkably close. He'll need a fast start to shake off that slump. Omnic answers back quickly with a strong play from the ramp, keeping this series tight. He's got a decent amount of experience under his belt today. Deadlocked at 2-all, this is anyone's game. He is definitely the more experienced combatant over the long haul. He is just taking over now, claiming his 3rd straight round with ease. He's definitely playing like the favorite in this series. Momentum has completely shifted as Omnic surges ahead with a 4th straight win. The higher rating is really starting to show through. Absolutely crushing it now. That's 5 straight for the favorite. Omnic has traditionally held the edge in this matchup. Secures another run from the ramp, extending this run to 6 straight. His recent form is just on a completely different level. Finally a breakthrough for Zeph, putting an end to that long run of losses. Both of these guys have historically struggled to cross the 35% win rate threshold. Omnic has converted this match into another victory in their recent head-to-head history. It's showing a pattern where he consistently knows exactly how to handle Zeph. The gap in their form is becoming quite obvious at this point. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. And honestly, this aligns perfectly with the gap in their recent form. Zeph is struggling to find any answers right now. Let's see if Zeph can rally. Omnic is cruising now, sitting comfortably at 9. It's a tough afternoon for Zeph, who's really feeling the weight of those recent losses. Omnic just hit double digits, putting Zeth in deep water. Tough run for Zeth, who's really enduring a brutal stretch today. Zeth has completely shut down the ramp, refusing to let Omnic get any breathing room. Omnic is just a few steps away now. He's really making it difficult for Zeth to mount any sort of comeback. A total shutdown, and now he's just 1 round away from ending it. He's simply too composed in the high-pressure moments. What a finish! He survives a chaotic exchange to close out the game. He really made short work of this series. Zeth's just not finding his footing today. Welcome everyone to the arena. Aster and Zeph are stepping up for this match though. Aster enters as the clear favorite. Aster has a massive lead with an 80% head-to-head win rate over Zeph. He's essentially the king of this matchup. The question is whether he can brush off that opening loss and actually start his climb back to control. Zeth's now clutching a 2-1 lead. It's a completely different story compared to Zeph's tough run today. They're trading blows back and forth, but Zeph can't seem to build any real momentum here. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. The gap in skill is evident as he takes total control. And just like that, Aster levels things up at 3-3. He's really fighting against the grain today. Zeth pulls ahead by 1, holding a tight 4-3 lead. Zeth is certainly ignoring his spot near the bottom of the ladder. Zeth is completely taking over here, putting up a 3-game run of his own. An unlikely turnaround for the lower ranked player. Aster answers back with a clean shot to keep the score tight. The rank 12 seed is starting to assert himself. Absolute deadlock now with both players sitting at 5. Zeth is really fighting for his life today given that recent slump. Aster is rolling now, securing a 3-game tier to reclaim the lead. He's maintaining a brutal pace throughout his session today. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly it's just about what we expected. Aster is handling the pressure well, despite Zeph putting up a surprisingly tough fight. Clean slate for the second half. Zeth edges ahead, barely clinging to a 7-6 lead. He's showing some real resilience after that brutal 629 day. Zeth has a huge hill to climb given his 0% win rate in his last 10 matches. So yeah, seeing him lock in 3 straight rounds right now is practically unheard of. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually maintain this pace against someone as consistent as Aster. Perfect sequence there, keeping the pressure high and refusing to let the gap widen. He's not gonna let the underdog run away with this. He's showing incredible grit here, taking another round to narrow the gap. Pure speed in those exchanges, the timing was just a blur. Zeth is now operating at a 2-point advantage. He's truly defying the ladder gap right now. He just refuses to go away, shutting that down in a fraction of a second. A lightning fast response to stay in the hunt. Zeth had the better read this time, catching Aster completely exposed as he tried to push off the ramp. Aster is refusing to crumble, shutting things down instantly to stay in the race. Everything is on the line now for Zeth. He's completely shifted the energy of this series, bringing things back to a dead heat. Zeth secures the lead and puts himself just one round away from victory. What a finish. Zeth closes it out with a flawless final exchange to take the victory. He's finally broken that losing streak in the most improbable way possible. This has to be the shock of the tournament. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are heading on to Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Aster makes a strong start, taking the lead from the ramp. He really has a huge historical advantage over this opponent. Aster holds a massive overall advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 76% of their meetings. It's clear that Omnic is fighting an uphill battle here. I wonder if the gap in their ratings will play a bigger role as this series progresses. Omnic is keeping things tight here, making a quick move on Aster while he was posted up on the ramp. It's been an incredibly balanced start to this set. Omnic pulls ahead, currently leading the series 3-2. The underdog really seems confident today. And we are all squared up at 3 apiece. He's certainly been a powerhouse in the server today. Aster is starting to build some momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic. Omnic has been having a much tougher time on this specific map lately. Omnic secures the advantage from the ramp, leaving both of them exactly even for now. Omnic has certainly found some confidence since their last meeting. Aster claws back into a narrow one-round lead. He's been in great form today, boasting a 27-9 record. Aster has managed to put together a string of a few rounds here, and honestly, his current form really mirrors that high level of play we expect from someone in the top 15 of our rating. If he keeps this pressure up, it could be a quick wrap-up. We head into the break with Aster leading 7-5. Well, this is exactly the kind of start the favorite wants. He's showing why he's the higher ranked player by keeping Omnic at arm's length. Omnic needs to step up now. As Aster extends his grip, pulling out to an 8-5 lead. The experience gap really shows as we push further into the set. Omnic strikes back from the ramp, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. That's a quick recovery for the underdog. Aster pushes it to 9-6 and looks unstoppable. His superior experience is really starting to manifest in these late rounds. Omnic manages to outduel him off the ramp, refusing to let his opponent close this out. He's fighting to close that gap after a shaky start. He's simply not going away, taking another one to keep this series within striking distance. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Aster regains control, pushing the lead to 10-8. We're seeing a mirror of their previous meeting on Italy P. Aster is putting on a clinic here, winning those last two in the blink of an eye. A total shutdown to bring him to a commanding lead. He's just a single round away from victory. Omnic just denied that closing point with a perfect shot off the ramp. That's a massive momentum shift in the clutch. What a finish! Aster claws back through the chaos to secure the win by a hair. He really had to sweat it out at the end there, but his consistency just barely edged out the competition. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Zef taking on the heavily favored Omnic today on Dunes. Omnic holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history, and honestly, that psychological advantage usually translates well when he starts strong. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can shake off that earlier loss from earlier today to get back in this. Absolute precision from the front runner as he extends his lead to 3 straight. Zef reacts instantly to get a quick kill and keep things competitive. It's surprising to see him fight back after that initial blowout. He's refusing to go away, which brings the gap down to a single round. The underdog is proving to be much tougher than expected. Omnic still comfortably ahead, sitting at 4-2. He's looking a lot sharper than he did in his last bout with Aster. Omnic is comfortably in his element with a 40% win rate here. He's just not letting Zed breathe today. Well, it looks like he's managed to firmly re-establish the gap after that mid-match stumble. Zed secures a fast point from the box to cut into that lead. He's really digging in now, putting together a nice little string of rounds. He's completely overturned the tide, claiming another one to narrow the gap. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable right now. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a much closer battle than the pre-match number suggested. Zef is fighting back well, especially given his poor run of form today. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic regains some control now, leading 8-5. Slightly higher rated on the ladder, and he's definitely leaning into that gap. Omnic is pulling away again, moving up to 9. The gap in experience really shows when the pressure mounts. He's completely taken back the lead and doesn't look like he's slowing down. The lower ranked player is really feeling the heat right now. A quick reaction there to put a stop to the momentum. The match is effectively slipping away from Zeth as the gap widens again. Incredible. Zeth manages to scrape through and knock him off the box by the skin of his teeth. Total chaos in that exchange, and he barely walks away. Zeth is really holding his own from the top, and that's another fast round in his favor. Omnic puts the pressure right back on, moving himself into a commanding position. He's managed to stall the momentum and force another round. Zef has to stay perfect now if he wants this upset. What a way to stay alive. He's just completely shut down that attempt to close the match out. Both players are trading blows like it's a brand new match. He's on fire right now, keeping his composure to push this set to the absolute limit. Game over. Omnic closes the series with a perfect final shot right through Zeth. Zeth really pushed him to the brink there, but that's just the consistency of the favorite showing up when it counts. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Orange. Aster and Zeph are stepping up for this 1v1, though Aster enters as the clear favorite. Aster enters this one with an overwhelming head-to-head lead, having won over 80% of their previous encounters. It makes a lot of sense that the match is starting this way, given how regularly Aster dominates this specific rivalry. Zeph is definitely fighting an uphill battle today. Both players were nearly gone in that exchange, but the momentum remains firmly with Aster. Absolutely ruthless. He's just too fast for Zed right now. He's certainly looking to make up for that loss earlier today. He's simply untouchable right now, moving to a perfect 5-0 start. Zed is really feeling the pressure of that rank 37 spot. He just doesn't miss a shot, extending the gap to 6. He's really putting the blame map loss behind him. He's just not letting up, securing yet another effortless round. The contrast in recent form here is pretty stark. Zeth manages to dig himself out of a hole to get on the board. Aster has put up 27 wins over the last day. It's clear that this level of consistent output is exactly why he is such a high-rated presence in our league. The challenge for Zeth is simply finding a way to disrupt that momentum. Aster is practically coasting with a huge 9-2 lead. Zeth is really struggling to keep pace today. Aster holds a commanding 10-2 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly the scenario we anticipated. Zeth simply cannot keep up with the speed of the top-seeded player today. Time for Zeth to find some answers. Zeth is just completely outclassed in these exchanges. It's essentially a different game entirely right now. That was a frighteningly fast reaction time. Unbelievable, he nearly went down, but he barely clutched through that trade to reach match point. Tight finish, but he's just too composed. What an incredible display of skill to close things out. Aster seals the deal with a perfect final round. Zeth put up a fight, but he just couldn't find an answer for that kind of precision today. Welcome to the league. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Italy, with Aster entering this match as the clear favorite. Aster carries a massive 200 and 262 lead in their career matchups. I mean, seeing that dominance in the history books makes this early slip look even more surprising. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually keep this momentum shifting his way. Omnic is just cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The gap in the ladder isn't playing a role here. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early. Aster is going to need to answer back soon, or this will spiral. Aster holds his ground from the wine to pull this right back to a tie. Omnic is definitely putting up a fight against the 12-rated player. Deadlocked at 3 apiece, the momentum is wide open. He's looking sharp after that commanding performance against Zeth earlier. What a turn of events! He's just completely shut down his opponent's momentum with another fast kill. Omnic reacts quickly to put the score back on even. He's fighting hard to flip the script on his favorite today. After finally edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. The higher seed is finally starting to exert some control. We're back at a stalemate with Aster and Omnic tied 5-5. A really disciplined effort from the 31st seed so far. Omnic is really starting to stack up these wins. He's looking incredibly comfortable right now. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdogs are actually pacing for a huge upset here. They're refusing to be intimidated by the favorites' overall map stats. Let's see if Aster can pivot. Omnic still has a narrow edge at 7-6. It looks like the favorite is starting to find some air. Aster claws back to a 7, all deadlock. The former of the two has been much more consistent across his matches today. He's just completely taken over the match, claiming another one to extend the surge. He's just untouchable right now, walking away from this duel without losing a single hit. Looking a lot more like the top 12 rated player now. He just can't stop this momentum, picking Omnic right off the wine to reach a 5-round surge. A desperate scramble ends with Omnic surviving the exchange, showing some real grit to stop that run. Aster is firmly in the driver's seat now. He's just a few rounds away from wrapping this up. He's been on fire today, putting up a serious 28-8 record. Omnic keeps the pressure high, refusing to let the gap widen as he secures another narrow win. Omnic just completely shuts down the attempt from the wine, refusing to go away. He just clears the wine in a flash to bring us back to a tie. Neither man can seem to pull away in this contest. Aster recovers the lead at 12, putting himself on the verge of victory. It's a tough spot for the underdog to be in right now. Unbelievable. He barely survives a total shootout to close this out and secure the victory. Omnic pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close the deal. What a hard stopper. Welcome to the show. We're on Mapas today as Zeth takes on the favored Omnic in a fast-paced duel. Omnic currently holds a significant 88-63 advantage in their head-to-head history. It's clear he has a psychological edge over Zeth in these matchups. Now he just needs to keep the pressure on to avoid any surprises. What a fight! Both players were nearly out of health, but Zeth managed to scrape through with the win. We've got a deadlock now. Zeth and Omnic tied. Nook, Omnic regains control, pushing ahead 3-2. Zeth's had a rough stretch across the board today. It's a complete toss-up right now, with neither player able to find a real footing. Zeth is fighting a tough battle after that blowout against Aster. Absolute chaos in this trade. Omnic barely survives that exchange, clutching out the round with just a handful of health. He's coming into this match with a decent 50% run lately. Zeth has struggled immensely today, going 7-27 in his matches so far. Well, it seems like he's just not seeing the results he needs across any of the maps. I wonder if he can find a way to break this downward trend before the half. Omnic is really pulling away now, leading 6-4. He's really trying to bounce back after those losses to Aster. The momentum has completely shifted. Zeth is playing some incredibly tight rounds right now. He's certainly putting his ranking to the test right now. We're headed into the break with Omnic leading 7-5. I mean, he's in control here, though. Zeth is hanging in there. He's doing a lot better than his abysmal 7-27 record today suggests. Time to see if Zeth can pivot. Zeth claws back. Now just one behind Omnic. He's clearly not letting that recent 11-13 defeat weigh on him. Zeth has fought back to a 7-all stalemate. The underdog is definitely proving he belongs on this stage. He's completely taking over the map, securing a third straight round to push ahead. The ranking gap isn't telling the whole story right now. He is just an absolute wall right now, charging through to a fourth straight win. This is a huge swing for the lower rated player. Omnic puts a stop to that run, picking him off the ramp. He's showing why he sits higher on our rating list. Zeth's surging forward now, holding a 2-round lead. He's really defying the odds today. Zeth just barely edges ahead, holding a narrow lead. He's really trying to make the most of his 18-18 record today. The speed of these exchanges is getting intense. Zeth is reacting almost instantly to take this round. Omnic shuts that down quickly, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. He really has a mountain to climb from the bottom of our ratings. Unbelievable. He barely walked away from that bloodbath, but Zeth earns himself a huge opportunity to end this right now. That was a nail-biter of an encounter. What a finish. Zeth digs deep to close out this series and secures the victory. Coming into this, Omnic had dominated their history, but he just couldn't close the door today. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Zeph are ready to face off on fast aim for this match. Aster has been completely dominant in their head-to-head history, winning 80% of their meetings. It's clear he has the psychological edge over Zeph. We just have to see if the gap in their ratings translates to a quick blowout today. A real toss-up with both of them fighting for the high ground, but Aster just had the quicker reaction. Deadlock. Zeth has fought back to tie it up. He's really fighting through that massive rating gap today. Aster pulls ahead, putting the pressure back on Zeth. He's showing why he's currently ranked 12 on the ladder. Aster is really putting on the pressure here, quickly extending his lead to 2 rounds. His recent dominance of the server is definitely showing. A completely untouched round for the leader, who is now firmly in control. Zeph delivers a perfect shot to take him off the ramp, showing some real grit here. Zeph is playing with nothing to lose today. Zeph had the height advantage on the toolbox, but Aster just reacted faster from the ramp. Aster just catches him right on top of that box to keep the momentum rolling. It's a familiar story, mirroring that 13-2 result from their last encounter. Unreal Aster just barely survives that exchange to shut down Zeth's run. He's really capitalizing on his recent 27-8 run today. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is simply doing what he's supposed to do here. Zeph has a few rounds on the board, but he's clearly struggling to keep pace. Aster is putting a serious grip on this series. Zeph just couldn't find a way to hold that ramp. Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of that rank 37 spot. What a scramble. Aster just barely escapes with his life after cleaning Zeth off that ramp. That's another huge round for the fake. Zeth is staying aggressive and fighting for every inch of that ramp to keep himself in this. Zeth is refusing to go down quietly in this one. Zeth has just put together a 3-round charge to cut into the lead. Well, he's showing a lot more confidence than we've seen from him in his other matches today. Now the pressure is on Aster to shut this down before the momentum shifts completely. Aster snaps that streak immediately and puts himself just one step away from victory. Just a glimpse of the skill floor we're seeing today. A huge response from Zeth, securing the kill from the ramp to delay the end. Boom, Aster closes it out right here to take the victory. He just looked completely untouchable today. Zeth really tried to bridge that gap, but the skill difference was far too wide. Welcome everyone to Red Lion. Aster and Omnic are ready to go, with Aster entering the match as the heavy favorite. Aster holds a massive head-to-head advantage, winning 77% of their encounters. We expect him to bounce back quickly after that opening loss, given how dominant he's been in their history. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can actually sustain this early lead. Aster holds his ground on the ramp to keep this close, fighting right back into the mix. He's certainly showing why he sits at 12 on our ladder. We are all tied up at 2 apiece now. He's coming into this set on a real tear today. Total shutdown. He's just completely taken control of this match now. Omnic is really feeling the pressure of that rating gap right now. Omnic finds an answer to get things even once again. Omnic has definitely found his confidence after that rough start to the day. Omnic is really starting to put a grip on this series, using that ramp position to secure another one. We've got a total deadlock at 4-all. Aster has been absolutamente on fire today with a 28-8 record. Omnic edges ahead, taking a slim lead into round 10. Omnic is fighting an uphill battle against a top 15 seed. Omnic is having a day that defies his 40% win rate in the last 10 matches. Well, it's impressive to see him completely ignore the historical trend here. He's really forcing Aster into a corner. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. He definitely has a solid track record of closing these out. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the script has been flipped on its head here. Aster is usually such a safe bet in this pairing, but he's looking rattled right now. Time to see who blinks first. What a scramble. He barely survives the trade while fighting from the ramp to close the gap. He's really trying to claw back into the driver's seat. Aster forces the issue and we're back to a standstill. The momentum shift is leaning heavily toward the favorite here. He keeps the momentum rolling by securing another one from the ramp. Just a glimpse of that top 12 pedigree showing up now. Omnic answers right back with a clean headshot to keep things level. The odds of a draw here are climbing rapidly. Aster manages to hold that ramp position and secures the lead again. It's a tight battle considering the 20-point rating gap between these two. Absolute chaos as both Omnic and Aster sit locked at 9. He's definitely punching above his weight class in this set. Incredible. Omnic survives by the skin of his teeth, hanging on with just 5 health after a ferocious exchange from the ramp. What a hard-stopping close call there. Total parity now as Aster and Omnic hit 10 apiece. His recent form is absolutely stellar right now. What a fight. Omnic practically claws his way out of that one, winning the duel with barely a fraction of health left. What a nail-biter. He manages to outlast the opposition and clears him off the ramp in a brutal fight. Both of them are just trading blows right now. Perfect exchange to put Omnic on the verge of victory. That's a huge weight shifted in his favor. The gap between these two is practically gone now. What a clash. He just barely edged out that fight to force a dead heat at 12-all. Aster has finally shaken off those early troubles and is now firmly back in control. Pure resilience from a player who certainly carried his weight today. Another flawless execution, and he's now cruising through the closing stages of this overtime. He nearly collapsed there, but manages to walk away with a brutal victory to put him one step from the finish line. That was another heart-stopping finish for the leader. Omnic refuses to go down quietly, shutting Aster down on the ramp to stay alive. That's an essential stop for the underdog. Game over. Aster closes it out with a final burst to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that victory, especially after being pushed to the limit throughout overtime. Omnic fought like a lion today. What a fight! Welcome everyone! Zed and Omnic are stepping into the arena for this duel, and it looks like the favorite has a tough challenge ahead. Omnic usually dominates this head-to-head with 88 total wins, but Zef is actually riding a streak of victories when they meet. It'll be interesting to see if the lower-rated player can keep this pressure on. Zef is firmly in control, leading 2-1. Omnic has already faced a tough run of results today. Zef is simply reacting faster today. He is really putting the pressure on Omnic early on. It's a tough afternoon for him so far today. The momentum has shifted completely as Zef continues his charge with another round point. It's a rough sequence for a player typically rated higher. He's absolutely on fire right now, extending his lead even further. He's really struggling to find a way back into this one. Omnic, Mick. It's a welcome sight for someone who has played so many games today. Zef has a tough day overall with an 8-26 record. It's clear he's carrying that frustration into his play and letting it fuel this specific rivalry. He's ignoring the ladder gap and looks purely focused on keeping the lead. Zeth is just relentless, pushing the lead to 7-3. He's certainly an experienced veteran with almost 1,000 career games. Omnic is really picking up speed here, ending these rounds quicker and quicker. A shaky start for the higher rated player today. Zef holds a 7-5 lead as we hit the halfway mark. I mean, the higher rated player is looking a bit shaky while Zef proves he can handle the heat in this matchup. We'll see if Omni can recover his composure. Time for a total reset. A smooth pick to close the game as he clears out Zef off the ramp. The favorite is finally starting to find some stability here. Zeth maintains a 2-round edge over Omnic. His opponent is currently fighting a difficult stretch with 5 straight losses. Zeth is distancing himself further with a commanding 9-6 lead. A completely untouched play by Omnic to cut the deficit further. He's showing why he entered this series as the favorite. The comeback continues as he grabs another round to keep the pressure high. His overall skill level is starting to show in the tighter exchanges. Zeth holds onto a 2-round cushion right now. Both players are seeing an identical success rate on this particular map. Omnic is refusing to go away, clawing back another round to stay within striking distance. He's really starting to exert his authority in this series. The lead has stabilized, but these two are basically trading blows every single round now. Zeth seems to have found the secret to beating this opponent tonight. It just won't break, continuing this impressive climb back into the series. Zeth is definitely shaking the confidence of the higher rated player. Unbelievable. He scrapes through with a sliver of health to put himself on the verge of victory. Absolute nerves of steel to survive that exchange. What a chaotic final trade. Zeth digs deep to secure the victory and take home the map. He really fought for every single inch of ground in that one. Another huge result for the underdog today. What a fight. Welcome everyone! We have Aster and Zeth facing off on Italy, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite today. Aster has dominated this pairing with an 80% win rate over a massive sample size. It's a stark contrast to Zeth's current struggle during this session. We have to see if he can find a way to disrupt the favorite's momentum. Zeth has really shaken things up to take a 2-1 lead. Coming off a very hot 28-7 run today. Zeth is putting up a huge fight early on, refusing to let Aster settle into his usual pace. He's playing far above his ladder position today. Zeth is simply dismantling Aster right now 4-1. A total role reversal from the 13-7 result they had earlier. Atara is refusing to go away, taking this one cleanly to close the gap. That was an incredibly quick exchange to get things back on track. Zeth is currently holding a massive lead despite having a combined 926 record so far today. It's a shocking turn of events because he's usually the one struggling in this pair. Now we just need to see if he can keep this pressure up. Zeth keeps pushing the lead to a commanding 6-3. The number 12 seed is starting to exert some control. He's staying aggressive, catching the opener effortlessly to keep this rally alive. Wow, what a scrap. He barely survives that exchange to extend the rally to 3. Death takes even in Zeth manages to shut him down and clears him right off the wine. The ladder really doesn't reflect the current flow of this duel. Absolute chaos here, but Aster claws back into it from the wine to survive a brutal trade. He is really fighting for his life right now. Zeth is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-6. A real shock given Aster's flawless run in their last 5 head-to-heads. Zeth was looking so secure, but he can't quite pull away from a player of Aster's caliber. The experience gap is definitely starting to show here. Zeth is simply not letting up today, holding his nerve and staying in total control of this set. He's back in control and just one more round away from victory. Unbelievable. He shuts the door on this match with a perfect final sequence. He just completely flipped the script on this rivalry. No one expected to see this outcome today. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a clash between Aster and Omnic, with Aster entering as the heavy favorite. Aster has an incredible historical advantage with a 77% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's quite a surprising start to see the underdog take the early lead, given how often he's fallen to this opponent. Let's see if he can actually keep the momentum shifting. Omnic is pulling away with a commanding 2-1 lead. We're seeing a real clash of rankings right now. It's a total deadlock now. Neither of these two can seem to put the other away. He's definitely feeling the weight of that recent loss to Zeph. Omnic just snatched the lead, pushing it to 3-2. He's really shaking off that rough stretch from earlier today. Omnic is cruising now, extending his lead to 4-2. That's an unexpected shift for the rank 32 player. He's just untouchable right now, claiming another fast victory to open up a 3-round cushion. He's taking over despite a struggling morning. Aster's back with a perfect reaction, keeping his head in the match. He knows he can close the gap after those dominant wins in the past. Omnic has an all-time win rate of just 32% across nearly 1,000 games. So yeah, seeing him outplay someone of Aster's caliber so convincingly right now is genuinely shocking. We have to wonder if the pressure is finally getting to the higher rated player. A fierce exchange here, but he emerges on top to secure another victory before the side switch. Everything is falling apart for the top 12 seed. Omnic takes a huge lead at 8-4 heading into the break, and honestly he's completely defying his 29% map win rate here. Aster needs a serious wake-up call if he wants to avoid a major upset. Time for Aster to wake up. Omnic is just relentlessly dominating with a 9-4 grip. That's a strong 28-8 record for the day, yet he's still struggling. Aster claws back a point, but Omnic still holds a 9-5 edge. He's fighting to reclaim some of that historical ground. What a scramble. Omnic barely close out a victory, picking the opponent off the ramp by a hair. Just an absolute nail-biter for that final hit. Omnic is just on another level right now, leaving Aster with almost no room to breathe. Coming in with a much lower rating, he's simply outclassing his opponent. Absolutely flawless execution, and he's now just a single point away from victory. He's truly putting on a clinic against the top seed. Unbelievable. He barely survives a frantic firefight to close out the series and secure the victory. He's just completely rewritten the script for this rivalry, taking a massive chunk out of Aster's long-term dominance. Welcome everyone, Zeth and Omnic are facing off on map pass to see who comes out on top today. What a scrap. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to take the first. He certainly knows how to close out this matchup historically. Omnic has historically dominated this pairing, taking about 58% of their head-to-head encounters. It's a huge mental edge that usually helps him stay composed during these tight exchanges. Zeth needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to turn the tide. Just absolute perfection. He's putting on a clinic right now. Opposite results from their last encounter. He's simply untouchable right now, walking away with another effortless win. It's a stark contrast to their last meeting on Blame map. Zeth can find a way in, and the momentum is fully on his opponent's side. He's showing why he holds the higher spot on the ladder. A quick response here to finally get back on the board. Zeth is coming in with a lot of confidence after that 13-10 win against Omnic earlier today. It's definitely helping him challenge the odds here. He has the potential to keep this surge going if he stays this aggressive. Omnic is just cruising with a commanding 7-2 lead. He's definitely making the most of his ranking advantage here. Omnic is just relentless, pushing the gap to 8-2. The disparity in their recent daily records is showing. Another flawless sequence for Omnic, and he's totally in control of this match. Zeth is really feeling the weight of that 8-26 record today. Omnic takes a heavy 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a closer fight given their map stats, but he is just outclassing Zeth right now. He'll need a huge shift in energy to recover from this. Time to see if Zeth recovers. Zeth keeps fighting, but Omnic still holds a massive 10-3 lead. A tough stretch for the rank 36 player today. The gap is just too wide now. Omnic is practically staring down the victory line. He's definitely finding his footing after that tough loss earlier today. Zeth is refusing to go down quietly, putting up a real fight to stay in this. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He just shuts that door quickly, leaving him only one round away from the finish. He's proving that the seedings were correct for this pairing. A clean shot there, giving him a momentary breather in this desperate situation. It shows he can trade blows with the favorite when he's focused. Another high impact sequence, keeping his hope alive in this series. He's definitely finding some gaps in the defense. Unbelievable. He's on fire right now and refuses to let the match end without a fight. Game over. Omnic powers through the final fight to seal the series. He really stepped up the pace to make sure this one didn't slip away. Just a solid performance from top to bottom. Welcome to Redline. Aster and Zeph are facing off today, with the heavy favorite looking to secure a win. Aster has a massive lead in their all-time history, having won about 80% of their matchups. You know, it's an imposing track record that usually dictates the tempo of these games. We just need to see if Zeph can put up a real fight today. Zeth is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. We're seeing some familiar patterns from their recent clash on Italy. He holds the height on the ramp and seals the deal, extending the streak to 3. Tough spot for a player sitting way higher on the ladder. Aster reacts quickly to pick him off the ramp. The gap in their overall skill is usually way more apparent. Aster is really starting to tighten his grip on this one, cleaning up that ramp play for a quick equalizer. He just cannot be stopped right now, taking control of the series with another quick win. He's simply on another level right now, picking up his 4th straight. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Zeth answers back with a lightning fast snap to get on the board. That was an incredibly crisp shot to keep things close. Zeth is putting on a real show right now, using that elevation on the ramp to keep the pressure up. Unreal. Aster barely survives that brawl from the ramp to take a 6-5 lead. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that tough loss on Italy. We head into the break with Aster leading 7-5. I mean, the higher rank is showing through here. Zeth is keeping it competitive, but Aster's 61% win rate on this map is starting to prove why he's the favorite. Time to see a new perspective. Aster has been on a tear in the last day with a 28-7 record. It's really showing in how he's taking control of this map. Now Zeph has to find a way to slow this momentum down. Aster is just too quick, taking that ramp position again to pull further ahead. That higher ladder placement is really paying dividends for him. Both players fought from the ramp, but he manages to walk away with a 3-round surge. He's playing far more composed than he did in their previous game. Completely taking over this match, walking away without taking a single point of damage. Absolutely terrifying pace now as he shreds Zeth from the ramp to stand on the verge of victory. What a huge play by Zeth, tagging him right off that ramp to keep the dream alive. Just a momentary flicker of hope in this one-sided battle. What a finale. Aster shuts it down right here to close out the series. He really needed that one to shake off the recent losses and get his confidence back for the rest of the day. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Aster and Omnic stepping up for a huge duel to see who comes out on top. Aster enters this match with an incredibly strong head-to-head record against his opponent. But it's worth remembering that Omnic actually claimed the victory in their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through this series. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Aster is just starting to pull away here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic early on. His ranking reflects the gap we're seeing in the early stages. Omnic is fighting hard, trailing by just 1 now. He's showing why he's a dangerous opponent tonight. Aster is really dominating now, leading 4-2. His top 15 rating is really starting to show. The match is back on a knife edge. Neither player can seem to hold the lead for more than 1 round. Aster has looked completely different from his peers today, coming in with a 29-7 record over the last day. It's really obvious that he's bringing that high energy into this series. If he can maintain this pace, Omnic is going to find himself in a very deep hole. Aster keeps pulling ahead, sitting comfortably at 6-4. A really tough spot for someone currently sitting at rank 31. Omnic is refusing to go away. This series has turned into a complete toss-up. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Aster is playing precisely like the favorite we expected, and Omnic is keeping pace. It's purely a battle of nerves going into the second half. Fresh starts for both of them now. Omnic takes a slim 7-6 lead. That was a lightning fast reaction to secure the lead. He's playing like a man possessed right now. Omnic is surging ahead with an 8-6 cushion. The momentum has completely shifted since that previous 13-5 disaster. Aster manages to break that streak, and we are right back to a dead heat. His superior win rate on this specific map should start playing a role. Unbelievable. Both players were absolutely shredded in that exchange, but he managed to scrape through with a sliver of health to even things up. Omnic has clawed back into a narrow lead. He's really capitalizing on this newfound confidence. Omnic is now 2 rounds clear at 10-8. The higher rated player is looking quite vulnerable here. He is simply outclassing him right now, ending the exchange in a blink. Aster is showing a lot of grit, securing another effortless win to narrow the gap. What a chaotic fight. He nearly went down, but manages to outlast the opponent in a brutal exchange to keep this comeback alive. Omnic earns a huge advantage here, leaving him just 1 round away from victory. Aster refuses to back down, clamping back into this game to keep his hopes alive. What a finish. Omnic shuts the door right there to take the entire... He just couldn't find a way to close it out, and now the underdog has pulled off a massive upset. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We've got Zef and Omnic facing off today on Italy. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange to open the scoring. A shaky start for the higher rated player today. Omnic enters this match as the clear favorite based on his recent 3-win streak. It's interesting to see him looking a bit lost early on. He normally has the upper hand in his rivalry, so it will be a test of his mental game to dig out of this hole. A dead heat now as Zeth and Omnic square off. Zef is really holding his own here, continuing to play a very tight match. Zeth's now cruising with a commanding 2-round lead. An interesting reversal from their last map encounter. Zeth keeps the momentum sitting, just one up. Omnic had a harder time in their previous encounter today. Zeth is really fighting against the tide here, given his 727 record over the last day. So yeah, he's definitely playing with a lot more confidence than his recent results would suggest. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pace up. Omnic is showing a lot of grit here, securing a flawless second win to chip away at that gap. He keeps the momentum swinging his way as he tightens the gap just before the switch. Perfect timing to close out the half with that push. Luzef takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's playing way above his usual level here. He's staring down the higher rated player and completely holding his ground despite being the underdog. New side, new energy. Zef is really taking control here, quickly shutting down Omnic's attempt to hold the wine. He's really shaking off that previous defeat from their last meeting. Zeth is just dominating, stretching this lead to 4. That was lightning fast. He's completely taken over this match now. Omnic finally finds an opening to stop the run. He needs to rediscover that dominant form from their most recent set. Zeth holds a solid 3-round cushion now. Zeth's long-term win rate isn't helping him here. Omnic just can't put Zeth away, even with that head-to-head history favoring him. Looking like a total flip of their usual dynamic. A hard-fought exchange that leaves him just a single round away from victory. Absolutely shocking to see this outcome given their history. Tough exchange there, but Omnic managed to outlast him. A critical hold to that momentum. He's desperately fighting to close this gap before the finish. He's staying sharp, reacting quickly to deny another round for Zef. The mental gap is closing between these two. He is simply refusing to go away, putting up a perfect round to keep this series alive. Absolute perfection for the final blow. Zeth shuts it down right here and claims the victory. He really pushed through the pressure to secure this one, regardless of what the history say. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we have Aster and Zeth facing off on Fast Aim, where the favorite looks to maintain a dominant streak. Aster came out of the gate strong, using that ramp to get the first one of the day. Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of that rating gap early. Aster holds an incredible historical lead, having won nearly 80% of their head-to-head meetings. It makes perfect sense that we're seeing that familiarity play a role here. Zeth is going to need a massive shift in momentum to pull this one back. Aster just keeps the pressure high, using that ramp to secure another quick win. Zeth's been having a tough day overall with that 8-27 record. Aster is just running away with his 4-1 lead. He is really leaning into a huge individual advantage here. Zeth is staying gritty, answering back with an effortless shot to close the gap. Zeth is showing real grit, putting up another win to keep this fight alive. Rarely do we see the underdog mount a comeback like this. Aster is boasting an impressive 28-7 run over the last day. I mean, that kind of confidence makes a huge difference when things start to get tight. Zeth has the raw skill to compete, but he is fighting against a massive wave of momentum right now. He just outduels him from the ramp to keep this streak alive. This is looking exactly like that last 13-6 victory on Red Line. Zeth manages to pick him off the ramp just before the break. Zeth is playing with a lot more confidence after that win against Omnic. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see given their history. Zeth is holding his own, but Aster is simply too consistent right now. Let's see if Zeth finds a gear. A fierce battle on the ramp, but Aster was just a fraction faster to close this out. The skill gap is glaring as he secures a commanding 5-round cushion. Aster is just too quick, punishing Zeth for staying on that ramp yet again. He's playing like a top 15 player today. Zeth is showing some real persistence here, holding that window position to claw another round back. He's desperately searching for a spark here. Aster is just too polished here. He's quickly putting distance between himself and Zeth again. It looks like he's managing to maintain his overall edge here. A lightning fast exchange, and now Aster is just a single round away from the victory. Absolute perfection to wrap it up. Aster simply clears the board with that final blow. Just another day at the office for him, and that's a huge blow to Zeth's confidence. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster taking on Omnic in the arena, with Aster entering as the clear favorite today. Aster has traditionally been a powerhouse here with a 76% head-to-head win rate, but Omnic is coming off a very recent victory against him. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge allows him to stick around this time. Omnic is really cruising right now, leading 2-1. The momentum is definitely shifting toward the rank 31 contender. Omnic is looking very comfortable right now, putting together some quick and decisive rounds to build this lead. Omnic keeps the pressure high, now sitting at 3-2. Aster is definitely playing like a top 15 seed today. Aster fights back and we're all tied up at 3. He's definitely putting that 29-7 run to use. What a scramble. He barely escapes that exchange with a tiny sliver of health to take a 3-round streak. A fast response there by Omnic to even things up. The lower rated player is proving he can keep pace here. Omnic clings to a slim 1-round advantage. Tough break for him, especially after that commanding performance against Zeth. Absolute deadlock now with both players tied at 5. Things are finally evening out after a shaky start for the favorite. Aster is starting to really pull away from the pack now. His overall win rate is nearly double what the other guy manages. Aster holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as we thought it would. The favorite is simply too strong though. Omnic is still fighting for every single point. Time for a new start. Aster has an incredible, a lifetime record of 204 wins over Omnic. And he's finally starting to prove that the gap in their ratings is very real. It's getting harder and harder for Omnic to find a way back into this. Aster is just dominating now with a 9-6 lead. Omnic is refusing to let this go, putting together another clean response to stay in the hunt. Another flawless exhibition from Omnic, who just refuses to fade away. Unbelievable. He's wiped out the deficit completely to pull this match back to a dead heat. This completely flips the script on our pre-match expectations. He's simply taking over the map, securing his 4th straight round to pull ahead. A complete reversal of the script we expected for today. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another effortless round to extend that streak to 5. A staggering turn of events for the underdog. Aster finally halts that slide, putting an end to the run. He certainly has the raw skill to close this gap. Holy cow, what a scrap. He practically survives on a prayer to bring this match back to a dead heat. He's simply refusing to quit, fighting his way back to a 12-11 advantage. The lead shifts back to the underdog in a heartbeat. A long, tense standoff that finally ends in his favor, forcing us into overtime. A massive test of nerve for both players as they enter the extra frames. The resilience from Omnic is staggering, pulling ahead with a tight fight to move into the lead. That was a lightning fast exchange to seize control. Pure composure from Omnic, keeping this charge going to extend his lead. He's just relentless. Another clean round as Omnic moves to within one of the finish line. What a display of grit from Aster, stepping up to hold the momentum and keep his hopes alive. The gap in skill has to be bridging somewhere. He's not going away, finding another way to stay alive in this series. This is exactly why he entered the match with the higher expectations. He's simply unstoppable right now, evening the score and putting himself one round away from victory. A complete turnaround in the energy of this series. Aster claws back an arrow late at 16-15. And just like that, Omnic forces another tie at 16 all. Aster surges back ahead to lead 17-16. The pressure is mounting for both sides in this deep water. Neither player will budge as they lock in at 17 apiece. Neither side can pull ahead for good in this battle. Aster manages to edge ahead, now leading 18-17. Total deadlock in the late stages of this marathon battle. Aster's back on top, extending his cushion to 19-17. He really had to dig deep to survive that overtime stretch, but he eventually found his way out on top. He's got a lot of experience in these marathons. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Zeth and Omnic are stepping onto red line to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth is currently fighting through a rough patch after going 7-27 over the last day. It's a huge shift in momentum if he can maintain this pace. The real test will be whether he can keep this energy against an opponent who usually dominates their head-to-head history. Absolute perfection from the ramp. He's just too fast for Omnic right now. He's showing some serious confidence after that 13-10 win in their last meeting. Omnic catches him right off the ramp, showing some real grit to hold that early surge. The underdog is finally starting to put up some resistance. He's refusing to back down, taking a very clean fight to tighten this gap. Both players are fighting as equals right now. What a scramble. Zeth survives by a hair to take a 2-round lead. Omnic has a lot of historical experience, but he struggled today. Zeth keeps the pressure on, catching his man with a sharp shot from the ramp. A real struggle for the higher rated player to get things moving. He is simply on another level right now, extending his lead to 6-2. He outplays his opponent from the ramp to make it 4 in a row. The gap in their overall rankings isn't helping Omnic here. He just can't be stopped. Dropping Omnic right off the ramp for a 5th straight win. The lower ranked player is completely controlling the pace here. A tight exchange here, and Omnic manages to come out on top. Omnic is certainly looking to get back to that 57% win rate. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's playing way better than his current ranking suggests. He really took over the map during that 5-round burst to put Omnic on his heels. Time for a fresh start. Zeth picks him right off the ramp to keep his lead comfortably high. Just a couple of rounds ago, it looked like a quick slide for the higher rated man. Zeth has managed to maintain a 39% win rate on this map throughout the season. It's a solid foundation for him, but Omnic is fighting hard to reclaim his dominance in this rivalry. He definitely doesn't want to let this lead slip away again. Omnic is starting to look dangerous as he picks Zeth right off the ramp to keep this momentum going. That's a much more comfortable look for the higher seeded player. What a surge. He's just completely shut down any hopes of a quick wrap up here. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. He's simply unstoppable right now, holding the ramp to close the gap to just 1 round. Zeth is certainly feeling the pressure now as the tide turns. Absolute insanity. He has completely erased that deficit to even the score. A complete 180 from how this match started. Zeth finds his footing again, reclaiming a slim edge in this series. He's definitely looking more comfortable than he did in that match against Aster. Omnic manages to pull Zeth off the ramp, bringing this series to a dead heat at 10-10. The pressure is really mounting for the lower seeded player here. Zeth is really digging in his heels now, showing a lot of grit to keep this lead. The underdog is continuing to play the spoiler today. Zeth snaps. He's really fighting through a tough run of form tonight. What a finish. He shuts the door right now to close out the series. After that cold streak he's been on all day, it's just huge to see him pull this off. He really clawed his way back from the edge. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Orange. We got Aster and Zeph facing off with the heavy favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Aster has dominated this head-to-head historically with an 80% win rate, but he's clearly struggling to get things moving here after a rough start to the server. He needs to stop the momentum Zeph is building right now. Things are completely wide open. Now we're all tied up. He has clearly looked more comfortable across their recent meetings. Zeth pulls ahead by 1 as Aster falters. He's really putting that huge rating difference to the test. The speed of these exchanges is wild. They are both reacting so quickly, it's almost impossible to keep up. Aster claws back the lead and takes a 3-2 grip. Coming off a massive 29-6 run over the last day. Total deadlock now. Zeth has completely neutralized Aster's lead. Zeth is really shaking his opponent's confidence this series. Zeth is really putting the pressure on here, capitalizing on his current momentum to push the lead further. He is simply outclassing everything Aster throws at him right now. Zeth is really ignoring that lower ladder ranking today. Aster answers back and manages to narrow this gap. The gap in rankings is starting to show in these exchanges. Zeth has won just a third of his career matches on this map. I mean, the historical disparity is staggering. It really makes this current lead feel like a complete reversal of the script. Zeth is pulling away, now leading 7-4. Zeth is really defying that rating deficit today. Zeth takes a surprising 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, he's playing out of his mind right now. This is a complete flip of the expected outcome given Aster's usual superiority. Time to shake things up. Aster is fighting for air, trailing 5-8. Zeth has typically looked outmatched in these high-speed showdowns. He's showing some real grit, taking another round to cut into that lead. The favorite is finally starting to wake up. The comeback is in full swing as he secures a 3rd consecutive round. This is exactly how you'd expect the favorite to close a gap. Unbelievable, he has completely erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The pressure on Zeph has to be immense right now. Simply untouchable right now. He takes full control of the map with 5 straight. It is a complete reversal of how this series started. What a frantic exchange. Zeph barely scrapes through that fight to bring the score level. Just a sliver of health left on that last one. Zeth holds a slim 10-9 advantage as they reset. Both players had a long day against Omnic before this clash. Absolutely lethal reaction there to bring this series back to a square. Total reset, we're headed straight for a nail-biter. Aster is just cruising now, taking an 11-10 lead as his resilience pays off. The experience advantage is really showing in this closing stretch. We are officially back at a stalemate. Neither side is willing to blink as we approach the end of regulation. Zeth is back in control and just 1 step away from victory. He is locking in at the perfect... Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Aster manages to survive the brawl and force a tie. Neither side is giving an inch today. He just shut that down from the ramp, holding a narrow lead in a high-stakes overtime battle. His raw skill is starting to take over these final moments. The momentum is completely on his side now as he keeps the streak alive. He He's finally starting to look like the powerhouse we expected. A bloody fight that both players had to dig deep for, but Zeth manages to outlast him. His opponent has really found some stability lately. What a statement. Aster closes that gap perfectly and is now just one round away from the victory. The confidence is clearly swinging back in his favor now. Zeth manages to stay in the fight, refusing to let the series end right here. Refusing to go down without a fight. Incredible. Aster pulls off the ultimate comeback and secures the match victory. Zeth pushed him to the absolute brink, but the depth of experience finally paid off in those final moments. He had to earn every single point today. What a battle. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Omnic facing off on Mapas, with the top seed looking to maintain a strong lead. Aster enters this one with an incredibly strong historical lead, having won 76% of their lifetime matchups. It's an imposing track record that has often translated into a mental edge in this series. I'm curious to see if Omnic can find some room to breathe here. He's just too fast, taking total control of the map from the ramp. It's been a rough day for the underdog, currently sitting at 15 and 20. Unbelievable. He clawed his way back from the brink to stay perfect. That huge gap on the ladder is feeling very apparent. Omnic manages to secure another point, keeping things interesting. Another clean sweep for the underdog, who refuses to let this series slip away. The pressure is mounting on the favorite now. Aster has been on an absolute tear in the league today, putting up a 36 record across his matches. It's a frightening amount of momentum that makes him look almost untouchable right now. Let's see if Omnic can disrupt that flow. He isn't backing down, securing another effortless point to narrow this gap. Total confidence from him right now. Absolutely flawless. He completely erases that lead to bring us level at 5 apiece. The momentum has completely shifted into the hands of the challenger. He shuts things down from the ramp to take a slim edge heading into the break. Aster holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the top seed is doing exactly what we thought he would, even if Omnic is keeping the gap small. Let's see if the roles flip. A precise shot to keep this rally alive, closing the gap to just 1. A sharp response to keep the pressure high. Absolute laser focus from him in that exchange. Aster grabs a 2-point cushion with that play. His higher rating is really starting to translate into a cushion. He just refuses to quit, picking up another point to keep this fight alive. He's really digging in his heels now. A quick response to keep things competitive. Aster pushes ahead, extending his lead to 9-7. He's showing plenty of grit, keeping the pressure on with a crisp shot. It's a constant fight to keep the favorite from pulling away. Aster keeps pulling ahead, now sitting at a 2-round advantage. He's really asserting that authority we've seen in the past meetings. Omnic is really struggling to find an answer for the momentum Aster has built up here. He's definitely looking like the superior player throughout this set. A bold move to pick him off the ramp, proving Omnic is far from finished. The momentum is shifting, making this look like a real battle. Aster finds the opening from the ramp, moving himself within striking distance of victory. The gap in their skill levels is really showing throughout this set. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic to keep the dream alive. That was an incredibly fast trade to keep this match going. And that is it. Aster finishes the series with a completely clean shot to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but that's just where the experience showed. He's taking way too much heat today. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes. Zef and Omnic are facing off today with the favorite Omnic looking to secure another win. Omnic holds a clear edge here with a 57% career win rate against Zef, and honestly he's looking to distance himself from a really tough run of form today. It'll be interesting to see if Zef can flip the script after taking their most recent meeting. A fierce exchange, but he comes out on top for another dominant result. He is just completely in control of this match, taking a commanding lead. A tough stretch for Zeth, who's really struggling to find an opening. Simply untouchable right now, picking up another one to make it 5 straight. Absolutely ruthless. He's now taken 6 in a row and looks completely unstoppable. He's completely overwhelmed his opponent, pushing that lead to a staggering 7 zeros. He's just not giving an inch, extending the streak to 8. An absolute nightmare of a day for the 36th ranked player. Finally, a highlight for Zef, who just outreacted his opponent in a flash. Zef is currently dealing with a difficult 8-26 record over the last day, but he's clearly ignoring that struggle right now. He's starting to put some real pressure on Omnic by taking these back-to-back rounds. It's an interesting shift in momentum. Omnic takes a big 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly he's making this look easy. He's playing way above his recent form today, and Zeth just doesn't have an answer right now. Time for a fresh start. Omnic is still cruising with a massive 10-3 lead. A tough stretch for the number 32 ranked player. He is just a few steps away from wrapping these up quickly. That's a lot of rounds played for Omnic over the last day. Huge play from the box, and that puts Omnic just 1 step away from victory. What a way to close it out. Omnic is completely out of reach, sealing the victory with a perfect finale. He's finally shaken off those losses from earlier today with a huge statement win to get his momentum back. Welcome to Italy. We have Aster and Zeth stepping up for this duel, though. The favorite looks very strong today. Aster has dominated this particular rivalry with a massive 80% career win rate. And that a huge gap in experience should really be showing on the board right now. I'm curious to see if Zeth can actually find an opening today. Zeth is surprising us, holding a narrow 2-1 lead. He's keeping that momentum going from a huge day so far. Aster is starting to seize control of the pace here, evening things up in no time. The 14th seed is starting to flex those muscles. A complete shift in momentum as Aster takes a commanding lead with 3 straight. Absolutely outclassed. He's now rolled through 4 straight rounds with 0 effort. His performance mirrors that dominant 29-6 run he's had today. He's simply not letting up, extending the streak to 5. The skill difference is stark, nearly 250 rating points apart. He is just unstoppable right now, picking up another easy round to stretch this lead. He's just totally in control of the server. 7 straight for the favorite. What a fight. Aster barely claws out the victory in a chaotic exchange to move his streak to 8. That was a hair's breadth from going the other way. Another lightning fast round for him. Just steamrolling toward the mid-match break. It's 10-2 for Aster heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the bookmakers expected. That 10-round string of wins really puts Zeth in a hole for the second half. Zeth needs a spark right now. Zeth is just completely out of options right now, and he's nearly out of time to turn this around. He shuts the door on any hope of a comeback, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. What an absolute blowout! Aster finishes the job with a perfect final sequence to secure the victory. It's just a total mismatch today. He's playing like a man possessed and is really cruising through this tournament. Welcome back to the league. Aster and Omnic are facing off on fast aim, with Aster entering as the favorite today. Aster holds a massive historical advantage, winning about 76% of their meetings. He's normally the one dictating the pace against Omnic. We just have to see if that early loss is a fluke or the start of a genuine struggle. Another clean finish for Omnic, who just can't be stopped right now. He's showing no signs of the lower rank tonight. Finally, a response from Aster, refusing to let his opponent run away with the game. That's a second consecutive round for Aster, who is really starting to crawl back into this series. He's really shaking off the rust from that shaky start. What a turnaround! He just leveled the score from the ramp, completing a stunning rally. Everything is back on the table now. Omnic shuts down that momentum immediately to take back the lead. Aster has carried a 36 record over the last day. So yeah, he's clearly been the one in form during this session. It makes this current deficit even more surprising, given how easily he's been winning his other series tonight. The momentum has completely shifted back to Omnic, who is now cruising with a 4-round streak. Aster finds his target just in time to shake off that losing streak before the break. A quick reminder that he sits at rank 13 on the ladder. Omnic takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing way above his usual 26% win rate on this map. We're looking at a possible shock victory if the underdog keeps this up. Let's see who settles in first. What a scramble. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health, continuing this courageous climb back into the match. Pure desperation in that fight, but he keeps his composure. Omnic holds a slim 2-round edge as we reset. His recent win over Zeth earlier today looked effortlessly sharp. Omnic is really putting on a clinic with his positioning, simply outclassing the top seed from that ramp. Aster is refusing to fold, securing another round from the ramp. He's fighting to protect that top tier ranking right now. Omnic is still firmly in control with a 10-7 lead. Omnic is really putting some pressure on him now, putting himself just a couple of rounds away from the finish line. Omnic is absolutely cruising right now, sitting on the verge of victory after a perfect sequence. Unbelievable! Omnic shuts the door on this series with a flawless final sequence to secure the victory. He really flipped the script on the favorite today, completely defying those lifetime head-to-head numbers. Welcome everyone. Zeph and Omnic are heading into the arena to see who can claim the victory today. Omnic enters this series with a clear psychological edge after winning over half of their 100-plus career encounters against Zeph. And his recent 13-3 victory in their last head-to-head seems to be fueling his confidence today. Zeth really needs to find some quick answers here. Zeth has flipped the script and now leads 2-1. The higher rated side is definitely feeling the pressure now. Neither player can truly break away. We've got a dead heat this early in the game. Zeth is surging ahead, holding a slim 3-2 advantage. He's definitely shaking off those losses to Aster from earlier today. Zeth's momentum is scary, pushing his lead to 4-2. Omnic has generally owned this matchup over their long history. Omnic proves that height doesn't guarantee safety, cutting Zeth down from the Tetris to tighten the gap. Omnic is comfortably using that rating advantage right now. Total deadlock now as Omnic forces a 4-all tie. Zeth just barely edges ahead for a 5-4 lead. The underdog is definitely showing some fight today. Zeth continues to pile on the pressure, using that height advantage to maintain his lead. He really needed to shake off that rough 2-13 loss to Aster. He's just unstoppable right now, closing out another clean round to extend the lead. Omnic's strong day is starting to look a lot more complicated. Zeth holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. You know, it is a huge surprise to see him controlling the pace after that dominant 13-3 loss he suffered against Omnic just a few hours ago. Time for a complete reset. Wow, what a scramble. He barely hangs on with 26 health after holding the ramp. Zeth is playing the role of the spoiler perfectly today. Zeth has climbed up to a healthy lead, and it is an impressive turnaround for someone sitting at rank 36 on the ladder. So yeah, he is effectively dismantling the favorites' game plan. I wonder if he can keep this momentum going into the final stretch. Zeth is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 10-6. An absolute shock considering how the match started. The pace of these engagements is just flying by. Zeth is making these look easy. Zeth is absolutely locked in, putting himself just a single round away from the victory. Omnic answers back quickly with a clean shot to keep the dream alive. He's showing why he's the higher seed in the brackets. What a finish. Zeth closes the door on this series with a final burst of speed. He's finally shaking off that nightmare of a loss from earlier today and securing the series. welcome to the stream. We have Aster and Zeph facing off on Mappas, with the heavy favorite looking to maintain his lead. Aster holds a massive historical advantage here with a win rate of 80% in their head-to-head matchups. It means Zeph is fighting a steep uphill battle if he wants to keep this lead. We'll see if he can shake off that history today. Zeph shuts everything down from the ramp, extending his control to a 3-round lead. He just cannot find an answer for him, and the lead grows to 4-0. A complete reversal from the last time they met. Unbelievable. Aster clawed back from the edge of defeat to scramble his way to a win. Another rapid exchange and is firmly in control, cutting the lead down to 2. The pressure is definitely shifting back toward the lead holder. Simply untouchable right now as he keeps the momentum rolling with a perfect sequence. Zeth looks completely rattled by the sudden shift in pace. Zeth manages to fight back, reclaiming the lead by 2. A huge shift for Zeth, considering his recent struggles this week. Aster shows some real grit here, securing the win from the ramp to keep this fight alive. The gap is closing rapidly now. What a turnaround! He's completely wiped away the deficit to bring the score level. The table is officially reset, heading into the final stretch of the half. He is absolutely on fire, securing another clean round to keep this surge going. We're all squared up at 6-6. It's a lot tighter than the rankings suggest. Both players have traded blows in this half, but Aster still looks like the stronger hand overall. Clean slate for both. Zeth edges ahead by 1, gripping a narrow advantage. Zeth is really making him work for it today. Aster earns a clean victory from the ramp to bring this whole series level. It's getting harder to believe in the favorite's supposed dominance today. He's refusing to back down, digging deep to take a slim lead. The momentum is swinging heavily back to the top-seeded player. Aster is simply on a tear, continuing this charge to put himself in the driver's seat. He's certainly playing to his seat right now. He's simply not missing right now, extending his round to 4 straight. He's really asserting his position as the top-seeded player today. Zeth answers back with a crisp headshot, proving he's not folding under the pressure. A quick response to keep the gap from widening. Zeth is showing incredible resilience, securing another round from the ramp to keep his comeback alive. He's absolutely locked in, now completely shutting down the opposition to bring this match back to a deadlock. Aster takes a quick lead of his own, continuing a truly impressive climb back into this match. What a shot! Zeth takes a flawless round to tie things up completely. Neither side can pull away from the other right now. He just keeps charging ahead, putting himself on the verge of victory. A quick exchange, but it was enough to put him back in control. Absolutely stunning. He has clawed his way back from the brink to force an overtime. Total deadlock as we head into the extra frames. He's just completely untouchable, putting the pressure back on Zeth in these final moments. He's really showing why he entered this match as the preferred winner. Zeth is showing an incredible will to survive, walking away completely unscathed in that exchange. Talk about a total nail biter as we head into the tiebreaker. He's simply refusing to fade, keeping the surge going to edge ahead by 1. He's quickly recovering his footing after that brief dip. Absolute brilliance from Aster to tie this up, proving he just refuses to quit tonight. The raw skill gap just isn't showing up on the board. Another huge round for Aster, putting him just one step away from a victory. His precision is absolutely terrifying in this final stretch. Absolutely electric. He seals the deal right here to claim the victory. He really had to dig deep to close that one out, especially with Zed playing like that. He just wouldn't let it slip. What a fight. Welcome to Orange. Aster and Omnic are ready to face off, though Aster is definitely the one to beat today. Aster historically wins 76% of their meetings, so the early momentum shift for Omnic is a real surprise. I mean, it's definitely a tough start for the favorite, and we have to see if he can shake off that early pressure. Omnic is really cooking, leading 2-1. His previous victory on fast aim seems to be paying dividends today. This is a real nail biter so far. Neither player is letting the other breathe. A clean equalizer from a player currently holding a huge positive record today. Aster claws back the lead, putting him up 3-2. He's definitely feeling the confidence from a strong 29-7 run today. Total shift in power as he claims a third straight round. He is really putting that rank advantage on display. Omnic responds immediately, cutting that lead back down to 1. He's certainly not intimidated by the ranking gap right now. Omnic has a lot of ground to make up, especially since his all-time win rate only sits at 32%. It's clear he's struggling to put together a consistent streak against someone as disciplined as Aster. He'll need to find a way to break this rhythm before the gap becomes insurmountable. And just like that, Omnic levels the playing field. The underdog is playing with a huge amount of confidence. We're seeing some incredibly quick exchanges here. These two are just trading blows in the blink of an eye. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as expected here. He's showing why he owns a 75% win rate on this map, though Omnic is keeping it close. Time to see who blinks first. Aster is pulling away now with a comfortable 8-5 lead. He's playing with the discipline of a top 15 contender. Atar is simply dominating, extending his lead to 9-5. He has completely reversed the result of their previous encounter today. Omnic is fighting back, showing he can definitely trade blows with a player of Aster's caliber. He's definitely not letting that rank 14 spot intimidate him. Aster's widening the gap further at 10-6. A far cry from that match they had on Fast Aim. Emotion mid Aster is really putting on a clinic here, leaving Omnic with a mountain to climb. Emotion mid. He's looking like the far more reliable option right now. Omnic is just refusing to go away quietly, keeping this competitive despite the gap in the score. That was effortless. He's now just a single round away from victory. The top tier experience is really starting to show through. What a finish. Aster secures the final blow and closes out the series. He's showing exactly why he's so feared on this map. Total control from the start to the finish. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on Italy today, as Zeth takes on the favored Omnic in a close matchup. What a scramble. Zeth barely scrapes by with an incredible sliver of health left. He really managed to close the last meeting 13-7. Omnic leads the head-to-head record with 90 wins. It's definitely an uphill climb for him today, but he's had the upper hand in the vast majority of their long history. Now the pressure is on for the higher-rated player to adjust his approach. A quick reflex play puts the favorite back in the game, showing he's not going down without a fight. Zeth is absolutely dominating this 4-1 lead. There was a lightning fast snapshot to take control. Omnic answers back immediately, securing a tidy kill to narrow the gap. Still a tough spot to be in for the higher ranked man. Zeth keeps pushing the pace with a commanding 5-2 lead. Zeth is really making his presence felt in the underdog role. Zeth is just seeing right through him, easily picking Omnic off the wine for another quick win. Zeth has been struggling with a combined 8-27 record today. It's honestly impressive to see him maintain such a strong lead given how tough his overall run has been so far. He really seems to have his number in this specific series. Zeth is simply cruising now, sitting pretty at 7-4. He's trying to close the gap between their respective ladder spots. Zeth takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he is completely ignoring his status as the underdog here. He's playing with a ton of confidence despite the rankings gap. Fresh start for the second half. Zeth just can't be stopped, extending his lead to 9-4. The lower ranked man is simply refusing to budge. Omnic claws one back, but Zeth still holds a firm 9-5 lead. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to secure the point. Zeth is just in full control now, and the gap is becoming a real mountain for Omnic to climb. Zeth is practically a lock here. He's just completely dismantled Omnic's defenses throughout this set. Omnic is fighting back, but he's still got quite a bit of ground to cover here. It's a stark contrast to the 16-20 run he's put up today. Omnic is putting up a fight here, quickly grabbing 2 in a row to stay in the mix. He is finally starting to look like the favorite again. Unreal. He nearly went down, but manages to outlast Zeth in a brutal exchange to keep the streak alive. He is simply refusing to let up, keeping this momentum swinging his way. He's absolutely on fire, taking the jewel from the wine to keep the streak climbing. Absolute dominance. We are completely deadlocked at 11-11 after that 6th straight win for the favorite. What a response. He manages to dig deep and hold that momentum shift, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. Unbelievable! Zeth survives the heavy fire to close it all out. He just couldn't let that momentum shift slide to hold on after a run like that. Is just incredible. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on red line for this match between Aster and Zeth. Aster enters as the clear favorite here. A strong start from Zeth, getting the drop on Aster from the ramp. Hard to ignore that, 108-27 head-to-head lead for Aster. Aster has really been on a tear today with a 28-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into the server. I'm curious to see if Zeth can find any way to slow this momentum down. Aster reads him perfectly. Punishing Zeth for playing the ramp position there. It's a stark contrast to the 926 Zeth's been putting up today. Aster is really putting the pressure on here, moving into a comfortable lead. Zeth really needs to find some stability after that 14-16 loss earlier. Unreal Zeth claws back, just in time to even things up at 3-3 after an absolute slugfest. What a fight! Zeth survives a desperate exchange from the ramp to take a thin lead. Zeth is playing with an unbelievable amount of nerve right now. Absolute carnage in that exchange. Aster manages to come out on top in a total firefight to tie this thing up. Zeth still holds a narrow edge at 5-4. He's really defying the odds up against a much higher rated opponent. Zeth has managed to secure a 6-round lead despite a low 33% career win rate. Well, he's clearly ignoring the historical trends today. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this composure against a top-tier opponent. We've got a dead heat at 6 apiece. Honestly, I expected Aster to open up a lead given the rating gap. Zeth is clearly fighting hard to keep this close as we head into the second half. Time for a fresh start. Zeth barely keeps his nose ahead at 7-6. A tough spot for the number 14 seed to find himself in. Zeth keeps the pressure on, leading 8-6. Oh, total freeze out in those last two exchanges. Zeth secures another victory, extending his lead to a 3-round surge. He's really pushing the pace after that close battle with Omnic. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, taking another round to maintain his grip on this set. A total nightmare for the higher seeded player right now. Absolutely wild, he barely clings to life with 14 health after that brutal exchange. The 36 seed is absolutely refusing to back down today. He's simply on another level right now, moving one step closer to the victory. The script has completely flipped for these two today. Game over. Zeth finishes it off with a perfect final kill to take the series. Just an absolute stunner of a result. Completely rewriting the history books for these two today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have Aster taking on Omnic today, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster boasts a massive 76% success rate in their head-to-head history. Well, that psychological weight is likely amplifying the gap we're seeing here today. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find any answer to that pressure. Aster's firmly in control, leading 2-1. The rank 32 player is fighting back against the odds. These exchanges are happening so fast. Aster is really making Omnic sweat for every single point. Aster is just dominating, putting up a massive 4-1 lead. He really looks like the superior player today. Goodness, that was tight. Aster manages to secure the kill by a hair. He's been on a tear today with 28 wins across his matches. Omnic reacts faster here, claiming a clean point to keep things interesting. Omnic has a struggle-heavy record with a 32% all-time win rate. So yeah, the gap inconsistency is on full display. It's becoming a steep mountain to climb for the underdog. Aster is just relentless, pushing the lead to 6-3. The higher-rated player is still in the driver's seat. Omnic is showing some real grit here, picking up another point to narrow the gap. Aster pulls ahead again, now holding a commanding 7-4. He's certainly playing like the 14th seed today. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the match to go. He's simply too strong for Omnic right now. Time to switch things up. Aster's just cruising now, extending the lead to 9-4. His recent match history shows exactly why he's the favorite today. Omnic fights back, but Aster still holds a 9-5 lead. He's definitely refusing to go down without a fight. The momentum is firmly on his side now, and that 5-round lead is starting to feel insurmountable. Consistency is the What a fight! Both of them were nearly gone, but Omnic just barely survives that scrap. Unreal shot that puts a huge dent in the momentum. Aster is just an absolute wall today, quickly answering back to keep his lead wide open. He really looks comfortable out here today. An effortless shot to bring him within a single round of victory. Omnic just manages to stay alive and claws back another point. The lower rank is fighting purely for pride at this stage. And there it is, Aster closes out the series and secures the victory. That's just another chapter in the history books for him. The skill gap was plain as day today. Welcome everyone, Zeph and Omnic are stepping onto Fast Aim for a great 1v1 showdown. Let's see who takes it. Omnic gets an early lead here, quickly picking Zeph right off that ramp. Omnic is desperate to bounce back from those recent losses. Omnic typically owns this matchup with an overall 57% win rate, but he's currently struggling with his form compared to Zeph's recent momentum. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually find his footing and break this skid. We're all square now, both Zeth and Omnic tied. He's definitely carrying that confidence from their last encounter. The pace of these exchanges is incredibly high, and Omnic is capitalizing on that quickness right now. Zeph manages to push him right off that ramp to keep the score even. His recent match history has been a real uphill battle. Zeth has claimed a slim one-round advantage. That's a lot of pressure on the higher rated player here. We've hit a dead heat at 4 apiece. He really needs to shake off those recent losses in the books. Unbelievable. He survives a chaotic trade with a sliver of health to take the lead. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another one to keep the streak alive. Omnic shuts him down on the ramp to keep this hot streak rolling. The higher rated player is asserting total control here. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely shaking off those recent losses. He looked far too strong during that 5-round run to let Zeth back into the game. Let's see if Zeth can dig in. Omnic has a lifetime win rate of 32% over a huge sample size, but he's been in a real slump over the last day. I mean, it's a total reversal of form that has let him basically run away with the lead here. Omnic still holds a commanding 3-round cushion over Zeth. The momentum has completely flipped since that Italy series. Zeth is on fire, knocking him off the ramp to put together 3 straight wins. What a turnaround! He just blasted Omnic right off that ramp to extend the run to 4. The pressure is starting to mount on the face. Omnic puts a stop to the onslaught, securing a very clean kill to get back in control. Omnic is putting some serious distance between himself and Zeth right now. He's fighting for a tough run after 4 straight losses in the books. He's refusing to go away, clawing back another round to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly fighting through a brutal set of results today. The resilience is showing as he secures another fast point, closing the gap to 10-11. That was a total shutout, putting Omnic just 1 round away from victory. The favorites have usually managed to pull through in high-pressure spots like this. Zeth refuses to let the match slip away, delivering a perfectly clean shot to stay in the hunt. He's proving he can hang with a top-tier opponent today. Absolutely stunning. He earns a 2nd straight point to force this match into overtime. He just shut down that momentum shift, refusing to let Zeth run away with the match. A much-needed response for the guy who has had a brutal run lately. Omnic is really starting to pull away, putting himself in a strong position to wrap this up. Zeth keeps the pressure mounting, refusing to let the favorite pull ahead in this overtime clash. The pressure is truly peaking for both of these players now. Omnic quickly shuts him down on the ramp, putting him just 1 round away from a victory. The A-list rating usually translates to better closing power. Zeth digs deep to keep this battle alive, showing incredible grit in the face of defeat. What an absolute clinic. Zeth is just refusing to break, putting himself on the verge of victory. Absolute ice in his veins for that reset. Omnic barely holds the lead at 16-15 right now. Omnic holds a narrow 2-point edge over Zeth. The higher seed is definitely asserting himself here. Omnic keeps his cool to maintain an 18-15 advantage. He's just completely shut down any hopes of a comeback. Omnic is still clutching a 2-round lead over Zeth. Zeth proves he can still deliver under this kind of pressure. He's staying aggressive to keep this fight alive. Omnic is really pulling ahead, leading 19-16. He really had to fight through that overtime grind, but he managed to shut the door. A valiant effort from Zeth. What a match. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Aster taking on Zeth in today's match to see who comes out on top. Aster usually dominates this rivalry with a massive 108-28 lead in their head-to-head history, but is coming off a loss to Zeth in their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can actually keep this momentum going. Aster's pulling ahead, but Zeth is still in it. The tide has completely turned as he grabs another one to move ahead. He just completely dismantles Zeth right off the box to push the lead to 4-1. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another round for himself. Zeth is having a tough day after that 10-25 run. Zeth quickly finds his mark to reclaim a round. He's showing exactly why he's been dangerous recently. Zeth stays aggressive and knocks him off the box to keep this climb alive. The underdog is definitely making his presence felt tonight. Zeth just keeps pushing forward, narrowing this gap with another effortless win. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. Unbelievable. He was nearly gone, but he clutched out this fight with a fraction of his health left. Aster holds an 8-4 advantage heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out as we hoped. He's simply too strong for Zeth, despite that brief fight back from the underdog. Let's see if Zeth can rally. Aster is really finding his form with a strong 27-8 record over the last day, and it shows. He's comfortably controlling the pace of this match, which is a stark contrast to Zeth's recent struggles with his overall performance. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, taking down Aster right from the high ground. He's definitely trying to replicate that red line upset from earlier. Aster's back in the driver's seat at 10-6. He's definitely putting on a clinic against the odds tonight. That was lightning fast. He's just completely shut down that side of the map. The confidence is clearly shifting toward the bottom seed. Aster puts a stop to the momentum and kicks him off that box. That's a huge blow to Zeth's hopes, putting him on the edge of elimination. The seed is fully justifying the expectations now. Zeth delivers a perfect response here, shutting down that attempt at a quick finish. Just a brief glimmer of hope for the underdog here. What a finish. Aster barely survives that brawl with a tiny shred of health to close out the series. He really had to dig deep to avoid a second upset today, especially after those heart-stopping scrambles. What a fight. Welcome to Mapas for this match between Aster and Omnic. Aster enters as the favorite today, but let's see if Omnic can pull an upset. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 76% win rate over Omnic. We saw that superiority play out in their most recent encounter where he took the map comfortably. It will be a climb for Omnic to find any openings here. Aster is comfortably in the lead with a 2-1 grip. He's coming in with a very strong 28-8 record over the last day. Omnic is refusing to back down, trading rounds back and forth to keep things dead even. Omnic seems determined to defy his usual struggle against his opponent. The 32 ranked player is putting on a real show. That's another effortless round for Omnic, who is just completely taking over the pace right now. Omnic keeps the pressure on, easily picking him off the ramp to extend this run. Aster is starting to mount a response, shutting down that run with an incredibly fast reaction. Omnic is barely maintaining a 32% win rate globally, and honestly, this level of performance is completely out of character for him. It'll be a massive surprise if he can actually close this out against a top-tier opponent like Aster. He is completely in control, ending this round without taking a single point of damage. Omnic takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the script has been completely flipped here. Aster is struggling to find any answers after that 4-round slide from the underdog. Aster needs to wake up now. Omnic is just cruising along with a 5-round buffer. The underdog is completely disregarding the history between these two. Omnic is just dominating, now leading by 6 rounds. He's having no trouble matching the speed of the higher ranked opponent. Aster is fighting back, showing he's still very much in this fight. Aster is trying to stabilize his 80% form from the last 10. Omnic is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-6. His A game is finally starting to surface now. He's on a tear now, securing his 3rd straight victory. The 14th seed is finally finding his footing. And the wave just keeps coming. That's 4 in a row for the veteran. The momentum has completely shifted back toward the favorite. Unstoppable right now. He manages to secure another win to bring this game within striking distance. The gap between them on the ladder is proving irrelevant right now. Simply breathtaking. He's erased the entire deficit to bring this match dead even. Absolute chaos. We have ourselves a completely different game now. Omnic answers right back to reclaim the lead. He's showing some serious mental toughness to stay in this. Completely shutdown effort there. Omnic is now just 1 victory away from closing this series. The underdog is playing a completely different game tonight. What a grit from Aster to survive that exchange and keep his hopes alive. It's becoming an incredibly tight battle despite the expected gap in skill. Unbelievable. He shuts the door with a flawless final shot to take the whole series. He really refused to break despite everything the stats said going into this. A massive result for the lower seed. What a fight. Welcome to the league. We have Zef and Omnic facing off on red line to see who takes the win. Omnic has a significant edge in their long-term history together, winning over half of their previous contests. It's interesting because Zef is actually the stronger player on this specific map. He'll need that historical advantage to overcome the current deficit. Simply effortless. He's now just taken control of the match with 3 straight wins. He manages to pluck him right off the ramp, keeping the pressure firmly on. The favorite is putting on a clinic right now. He secures another fast one from the ramp, extending his lead to a commanding 5-0. He just can't find a way through that ramp defense as he pushes the gap to 6. This is looking like a repeat of their last encounter. Absolute carnage. He's just not letting Zef breathe. The higher seed is simply not letting up. Finally, Zeth finds his footing and secures a clean response. The struggle is real today with a 9:26 record for him. Zef is starting to push back, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. His 33% career win rate makes this a tough climb. Omnic just shuts that down immediately, catching Zef right as he tried to use the ramp for cover. He has definitely been the stronger force in their head-to-head history. Omnic has a fairly decent output today, with 17 wins in the last 24 hours. It's just a shame he's fighting a losing battle with his consistency right now. He'll need to tighten up before Zef makes this a real contest. Omnic takes a huge lead, going into the break at 9-3. He's playing well above the expected level today. Zeth is completely outclassed right now and needs a massive shift to stay in this. Zeth claws back 1, but Omnic still leads 9-4. It's a relief for him after those tough losses to Aster earlier. Goodness, what a scramble! Omnic barely escapes with his life to hold on to a double-digit lead. The rating difference is starting to show in these pressure moments. Omnic is sitting pretty with a 10-5 lead. He's showing a lot more fight since that loss on fast aim. Zeth is narrowing the gap to 6-10. He's certainly looking for redemption after that defeat on fast aim. He's on fire right now, grabbing another one to keep this hot streak alive. The gap between these two in the ladder is practically non-existent. Omnic, quickly, grab! He's definitely playing to his seeding right now. He secures a huge round from the ramp, bringing him to the very edge of victory. Everything is pointing toward the favorite player tonight. He manages to stop the bleeding and keep the dream alive for now. The pressure is really starting to mount for the seed leader. Unbelievable, he survives by a sliver of health to close out the match. He really fought back hard in the end, but he just couldn't close the deal. He had to earn every single point today. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Aster and Zeth are facing off on Italy, though Aster enters as the heavy favorite. Aster typically wins 80% of their encounters in this rivalry. I mean, Zeth has historically really struggled to get a result against him. It will be interesting to see if that early round can actually disrupt the trend. Zeth is actually holding a slim lead right now. Zedith is really putting the pressure on here, making a quick play on Aster from the wine. Zeth is just one step closer to a huge upset. The skill gap is obvious when you look at the ladder. Zeth is absolutely dominating with a commanding 4 rounds. Emotion meets Zeth has managed a surprisingly strong 926 run over the last day. Well, he's clearly found a way to outplay the favorites in these opening rounds. Big question now is if he can maintain this pace before Aster finds his footing. Emotion. Aster answers back with a clean trade to cut into the lead. The higher rated player needs to step up if he wants this map. Another rapid reaction from Aster, who's proving he can still challenge for this map. He is completely on fire right now, securing another effortless victory to keep the pressure mounting. We are deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Zeth is playing a lot better than his history suggests. He can definitely keep this close if he avoids another big streak from Aster. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth holds the edge, but Aster is closing in. He's fighting for a real struggle after losing their most recent encounter. He's showing a lot of grit, bringing this series completely level. Emotion mid, the momentum is shifting as Aster surges ahead to take a narrow lead. Emotion mid. This is exactly why he entered as the heavy favorite. A chaotic exchange, but he emerges on top to extend his lead to 9-7. He is simply unstoppable right now, putting up his 4th straight round win. The gulf in their current form is starting to look like a canyon. Complete reversal of fortunes as he storms into the final stretch of this map. Absolute perfection. He just can't be stopped, and now he's a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He closes out the series and secures a wild victory after an incredible rally. He just completely shut the door on Zeth after that shaky start. His experience on this map really paid dividends in the end. Welcome everyone. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off on fast aim with the favorite looking to secure another victory. Aster has an incredible history here, holding a 76% win rate across their head-to-head matches. It's no surprise the favorite's looking confident, but we have to remember that Omnic actually took their last encounter. I wonder if the lower ranked player can find a way to flip the script today. Aster holds a slim lead as we enter round 4. He's definitely showing the confidence of someone who's won 3 in a row lately. Omnic has completely shifted the energy here, turning this into a very different series than we expected. Aster looks sharp from the ramp, putting himself back in control of the tempo. Just a steady start for the number 14 ranked player. Absolute deadlock now as Omnic forces a 3-all stalemate. Neither player is giving an inch to... Aster edges ahead, reclaiming a narrow advantage. He's been on a tear today with a 27-9 record. Emotion mid Omnic is really feeling the pressure here. Having a subpar 17-18 day overall, it's clearly making him more vulnerable to this current run of momentum from the favorite. He needs a big reset quickly to stay in this emotion mid. Simply untouchable. He's now taken 4 straight, putting a firm grip on this match. Omnic answers back quickly to keep the deficit manageable. A gutsy look from the player sitting at the rank 31. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, while everything is playing out exactly as predicted. He's utilizing his experience on fast aim to keep Omnic from getting any real traction. Let's see if the sides change things. Omnic is playing very aggressively, using that high ground to keep Aster guessing. A solid response for a guy coming in as the underdog. Aster is just running away with this, leading 9-5. Looking very composed as he extends that gap. That was a fierce battle on the ramp, but Aster manages to come out on top once again. He just clears that ramp with ease, extending his current surge. It's a tough stretch for the rank 31 player. He's absolutely steaming through this, moving just one step away from the victory. Exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier player on the ladder. A quick snap from Omnic to keep the dream alive for another round. He's showing just enough resilience to make this interesting. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure the victory. Very comfortable finish for the top seed, who just completely dismantled everything Omnic tried to put together. Welcome everyone, we are on orange for this duel featuring Zeph and the slight favorite Omnic. Omnic has clearly controlled this rivalry historically, having won over half of their 100+ encounters. It makes Zeph's early lead even more impressive considering how tough he struggled in his recent outings. Let's see if he can actually keep this momentum. Zeph is absolutely cooking right now with a 2-1 lead. It's a tough day so far for Zeph with that 926 record. Zeph is really putting the pressure on early. He looks sharp and is definitely the one controlling the pace right now. Zeph is just dominating here, leading 4-1. He is really shaking off those losses from earlier today. Omnic answers back with a crisp headshot, showing some real fight here. He's still the one to beat according to the rankings. He's not backing down and has finally trimmed the lead to a single round. He's definitely starting to claw back into the driver's seat. Zeph is fighting against a heavy history here since he's only won about a third of his matches overall. Seeing him pull ahead like this is rare given how often he's been outclassed. Now it's a question of if he can maintain the lead as the pressure mounts. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that deficit to square things up. The odds definitely pointed toward this kind of result. Zeph barely keeps a 1-round advantage over Omnic. He's really refusing to let the rank difference dictate the terms today. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Zeph is holding his own despite a brutal 926 day so far. Both players are locked in a battle for every single round as they switch sides. Time to see who blinks first. Zeph sneaks back into the lead with a narrow 7-6 edge. He's showing far more confidence than he did in that previous red line meeting. Omnic has completely leveled the playing field, bringing the tally back to a dead heat. Neither player seems to have a clear edge right now. Zeph just barely edges ahead, pushing the lead to 8-7. He's definitely showing more fight than in that last matchup on red line. Omnic is digging deep, securing a perfect run to pull the series back into a dead heat. Zeph is certainly punching above his weight today. He's on a roll now, showing a lot of heart as he moves into a 1-round lead. Total shutdown by the favorite to get the upper hand. Omnic strikes back to tie this thing up at 9-all. Both players are fighting an uphill battle given their recent results today. Omnic is showing a lot of grit, reclaiming the lead in this set. The higher seed is starting to assert himself in the clutch. He's just outclassing him right now, taking total control of the map with another swift stop. This is getting incredibly tense. We've got a real nail beater on our hands as the scoreline stays tight. A totally flawless shot gives Omnic the lead and puts him just 1 round away from victory. Zeph refuses to go down quietly, denying the match point with a quick reaction. A massive reflex play to keep the dream alive. Unbelievable. Omnic claws back completely to secure the map victory. He just barely managed to hold on, but the experience of the favorite really showed in those final seconds. He had to work for that. Welcome to Dunes for another duel. Aster takes on Zeph today, though the favorite enters this match with a huge advantage. Aster owns this matchup with an 80% head-to-head win rate, and he's coming in with an incredible 28-9 record over the last day. It seems like he's fully dialed in for this series. The pressure is really on Zeth to find a way to respond. Aster is cruising right now holding a commanding lead. He's fighting a steep climb from that rank 36 spot. Aster puts him right back in his place, taking Zeph down off the box for another round. Zeph's current day has been a bit of a nightmare. Unreal Zeph claws back the round from the box, somehow surviving that exchange with a sliver of health. Absolute nail biter, just barely scraping through that one. We've got a dead heat as Zeth levels it at 3-0. The 36 ranked challenger is Aster regains his lead with a slim 4-3 advantage. Zeth has really struggled to find any footing throughout his day. We've got a real CISO battle on our hands, with neither player able to pull away for long. Aster pushes ahead again, holding a narrow 5-4 edge. He's looking consistent after that dominant win over Omnic earlier today. Zeth answers back, and we are completely tied up. This is a huge shift for the underdog to stay this competitive. The reactions are getting faster and faster. They're basically just playing for a split-second advantage now. Aster leads 7-5. I mean, the top seed is keeping things tight, but is generally where we expected him to be. Zeph has fought hard to keep this competitive going into the second half. Let's see how the sides flip. Zeph is really struggling to put up a fight today with a 9-27 record in the last 24 hours. And honestly, that lack of confidence is starting to show in these exchanges. It's becoming a steep hill to climb if he can find a way to slow this momentum down. What a fight. Zeth barely walks away from that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. He is just refusing to go down without a fight. A completely clean shot as Zeth keeps this rally going. Suddenly the gap is closing fast. Aster pulls away again, extending his lead to 10-7. The skill gap between these two is really showing here. What a clash! Aster barely survives that brutal exchange to extend his lead. His historical edge is on full display right now. Zeph is definitely trying to make a statement here. He's showing he can trade blows with the top seed. All now showing a lot of grit to keep this comeback alive. The confidence is clearly swinging in his direction now. He is simply on fire right now, shutting down the top seed to bring this game almost level. He's just refusing to let this game slip away. A gritty exchange there, but Aster manages to hold on for the win to put himself one step closer to victory. Game over. Aster secures the final kill to close out the series. He really pushed the favorite to the brink, but just couldn't seal the deal. Such a valiant effort from the underdog. He had to work for that.